Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the fair use doctrine as defined by 17 USC 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
Anything we need to talk about before we bring the jurors in?
Yes, sir. Last night, the state gave us redacted discs of the statements, and we were able to review the first statement, and the audio is cut out of those areas that were redacted, but you still see Mr. Nealy talking on there, and it would be more appropriate to edit those portions out. Ms. Max at the state attorney's office indicated that that can be done, and if Mr. Sarabia didn't know how to do it, it's a two-step process and she can show him. I did think it's overly prejudicial to see him moving his mouth and talking, but no sound.
All right, well, I am going to give them an instruction that the recording has been edited, and so that's not to affect you at all. So if it's edited, it shouldn't be as shocked that he's moving his mouth at times. But what says the state?
And Judge, it keeps being moving target. I was very clear when we discussed this that I would blank out the audio. Everybody knew that that's what was going to happen. It did happen.
Not true.
Well, yeah, I mean, he did say that from the beginning. So
right, the record will speak for itself. But it takes hours to do this stuff, hours to put it in. I don't know what Sarah Max is talking about. Quite frankly, she's not what I would call extremely tech savvy. Like, I know there's all kinds of crazy things that we could put like dogs and cats like floating around in the video if you have enough tools and if you have enough time. But right now we're here on Friday. I'm going to be in front of you most of the day. Then I'm going to be trying to take a deposition of their last expert that they listed last Friday. There's no more hours in the day to prepare to do this to enter in Monday. And I, again, don't have personal ability to be able to edit this any further. I did exactly what was asked by the court and by the defense. I did exactly what we said we would do. And you cannot, you can tell that the people are still talking. There's Anderson's gesturing at points, but you cannot tell what they are saying. And that is exactly what we discussed. And it is, there's some redactions that are in the middle of sentences, so it's very, it would bring more attention to it, and would make it look more inappropriate if it just cut, because then what happened to the rest of the sentences? It's the same sentence? I don't know. But as it stands, it is not, it's not prejudicial in any way to the defense, other than the fact that all evidence is prejudicial.
Judge, I'm sorry, but when we're talking about putting a needle in somebody's arm, I'm not really concerned about time. In my 33 years of practice, I have never, ever had a case where there were redactions from a statement or a video or whatever that were not edited in the fashion that I am requesting to be edited.
Okay, well, I had a murder case a couple of weeks ago, and that's what happened. Okay, so it's not the ideal thing, but the state said from the beginning that if it's just audio, that it's easy to redact it. If it's audio and video, it's very difficult. Why, I don't know, but it is. And then Ms. Max is at the head of kind of the appellate division at the state attorney's office, right?
She knows how to do it, and she says you can do it, and she will share it.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. If she volunteers to do it, then I guess it can be done. I mean, I understand the state's problem, right? Because they're putting on a case here, right? They have to deal with all of the witnesses. They have to deal with actually being in court and doing what they have to do. They have to deal with the deposition. They have to prep the witnesses. They have to prep every day, all right? So, I mean, you have to admit that you came up with these things pretty late, all right? So it's not like, hey, a month before the trial, these are all the redactions that I want, and I'm in agreement with all these, right? And this is something that just happened. So, but they can only do so much, okay? There's only so much time. I know that, that you don't care about time, but time is a part of life, right? Space and time. If you ever watch science shows on TV, space and time. So there's only so much time, and they're kind of out of time, all right? And Ms. Max really doesn't deal with this stuff on a daily basis. I mean, she really doesn't. She deals with the law, she deals with appeals. All right, so I will tell you what, State, when you get a chance, ask Ms. Max if she wants to do it, okay? Because I'm not saying she's not busy, but you two don't have really the time to do it, okay? So if she can actually do it, then fine. Do you want me to take a few minutes away and you give her a call and see if she wants to volunteer for that?
I would also note, again, defense counsel's moving target, which when she approached me this morning, she told me that Ms. Max knows how to blank out the face, which we've all seen those on the cops, you know, when they blank out the faces. Now she's talking about cutting it out, which is a different thing. So I don't know which one.
Incorrect.
That is exactly what was said to me. So I'm not sure which one Mrs. Max can actually do because she keeps telling me different things.
All right, so give her a call and find out if she really can do it and if she wants to volunteer to do it, okay?
Well,
and then
can we be clear on what exactly the defense counsel is now claiming they want done?
Okay, and I think what they want is, where we're going to mute it, they want that just cut out, right?
That's correct.
All right. So I don't think there's a whole lot of prejudice, because I don't think there's really any prejudice, okay? Because we're telling them, look, the video has been edited to take out things that all parties agree are not relevant. So in no way should that affect your decision in any way whatsoever. So we're telling them that they're talking and we're taking it out. So if we see them talking and you're not hearing it, it's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. Okay. Now, if you had a conversation with Ms. Max, I don't know why you would, but if you did, and she says, "Hey, I know how to do it. I'll volunteer to do it. I'll spend my weekend away from my kids. I'll work on it." That's fine. If she wants to do it, fine. Otherwise, no, we're not going to do it. If she volunteers, fine. If she doesn't, fine. Okay?
Judge, let me just be clear. I did not speak to Ms. Max. I was informed by Ms. Deliberato that she spoke with Ms. Max And that is what Ms. Max told her.
Okay. All right, well, that's double hearsay, but the state's going to find out.
And two other things I just want to put on the record so it's clear. First of all, I know the court is saying time and space or whatever that phrase was. Well, you know, as the court knows, because every case says it, death is different. And we are here, obviously,
Okay.
on a death
I've heard that
penalty
before.
case. Secondly, when the court is saying they've got to, meaning the state, has to take a deposition, and Mr. Sarabia is saying they just listed their witness on Friday, I've made it abundantly clear to the court that the jail, as many times as we told them, hey, we got to get this stuff done, we got to take him to get these scans, they won't tell us, of course, because they're not allowed to tell us when they're taking them, but then we find out he hasn't gone, and we're like, hey, you got to take him, hey, you got to take him. It's not our fault when they take him for scans, and then we get results a week before trial's coming. I mean, that's just not our fault. So for him to act like I could have listed this person earlier.
All right, that's a whole other issue, okay? We're not going to go off on all kinds of tangents like that. Okay, so get a hold of Ms. Max and find out what she has to say about that, okay? And what is Mr. Rosario doing? Is he just muting things right now?
Yeah, it is the exact same video, except the audio goes out in all the parts that the court ruled that we had to take out.
All right, and he's your Pasco
He's
expert
Pasco guy.
with technology, right?
Correct.
And he doesn't think he has the ability to actually cut it out as opposed to mute it, right?
I have not discussed that, but.
All right. All right, so get with Ms. Max if you want to get with Mr. Rosario too, all right? And then
And
we'll
I would
and then we'll
ask
come
that
back.
they do that, because perhaps Mr. Rosario was just told to mute it and not asked to splice it, so.
Because that was the only thing that the court and defense counsel indicated that needed to be done.
All
I
right,
did
so
not explore-
so just ask them, okay? If either one can do it, fine. If they can't, fine, okay? All right, so we'll just take a recess until you're done with the phone calls, okay? Thank you. All right, so everyone's here. You may be seated. So,
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Ms. Max was in a meeting and was unavailable. She has just come out of that meeting, so Mr. Strait was talking to her. He was on the phone with Mr. Rosario up until this
all right. All right, do you have any idea how that went?
So Mr. Rosario only knows how to redact it in that way by doing a fade out and fade in, and the amount of time the fades take is longer than some of the redactions, so practically speaking, he can't do it. So Mr. Strait was talking to Sarah Max to see if that's a possibility now. She has more knowledge of it.
All right, then, for the record, today's Friday, July 18. I know you guys are going to put a fingerprint witness on today, and I know you're going to put on Dr. Ignacio. Anybody else today?
So those two are going to be in the morning. There are some witnesses for the afternoon. Trying to Schlatter, Laura Scarpati, and I believe there's Renee
Yes.
Okay.
As well. But I think there may have been that may be it.
All right.
The afternoon will be relatively short.
Okay, and then I understand you're planning on putting the videos on Monday.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we actually got the final version of what the defense wanted and didn't want. That was yesterday.
Yes, sir.
All right, so if there's going to be any sort of modification, it obviously has to be between now and Monday. So, Mr. Shelby, were you able to get a hold of Ms. Max?
Not initially. She just walked in the courtroom, and I've had an opportunity to talk with her. I did speak with Mr. Rosario. He's been fooling around with his program to see what he can and can't do. He's still giving me updates. He believes now he can make it go black for the period of time, which would mean that the video is not there. So I would update.
All right. I
Your
mean,
Honor,
It is a
it seems like a lot of work for something that really is not prejudicial at all.
can I make it?
I mean, we're going to tell them, look, we've all agreed that the tape is edited, and everyone's agreed to it. There's irrelevant things on there, so please don't let that affect your verdict or your decision in any way. And so, if it's cut off, or if you see people talking, they already know that they're talking. So, what's your suggestion?
My suggestion, Your Honor, is my son-in-law works in the movie industry. He's an editor. He makes trailers for major theater movies. I spoke with him. He says it's a very, very simple thing that he can very easily do. And it's basically, there's long segments of just talking in silence, and you can see the lips move and what have you. And he can easily remove that. I can provide that to the state this weekend. They can double check the times, it's very limited. It took me, going through video 1 last night, probably took me less than 15 minutes. So that's an option.
All right, and then sometimes only short things are cut out, and we do have a problem if the short things are just muted out, right?
I'm not too concerned about where it's just one word, right?
Okay.
It's where there is a long period of chat, and it just, so that's an option.
Okay, all right, well, that
And I
may
agree.
work.
You did offer that in the middle of the break, and I appreciate that, but at the same time, I will not have the time to review 4 hours coming from now, I guess, a defense expert to make sure that it is, in fact, what we all agree to, that the audio is still the same, that the video is still visible, with my most important piece of evidence. So forgive me if that makes me a little bit nervous. And again, part of the hard part of doing this too is if I am not doing it myself, then I have to give very explicit instructions to whoever's doing it, which take time, and I don't know what it's going to be. I also don't know what they will end up coming up with. It's not clear to me whether it will just be blacked out, whether the faces will be blurred out, whether it'll just cut from one timestamp to another, like the Epstein security video, and then everyone's going to be, well, what just happened? I don't know. Like, why are they still talking about the same thing, but there's a 3-minute gap? It would potentially create more prejudice by doing something like that. So,
All right, so Ms. Max, thanks for coming. We've heard that you're an expert at editing videos. Is that correct?
To be clear, my staff is an expert at editing videos. because we do public records redactions all the time. And it's our public records experience that we utilize our redaction software that we have. And we have multiple ways of redacting videos, including splicing videos, and blacking out videos, and there's different ways that we can redact that video to, blurring out things. There's different ways that we can.
Well, but we don't need to blur anything out, okay? Because we know who the parties are. All right, that's not a big mystery. It's just, I've actually seen that done a lot, okay? Like on the videos that we saw of the scene. All right, I remember like 20 years ago.
Well, let's be clear. The software we have now is not the same as what we had 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And 20 years ago, what they were doing is they would have 2 VHS tapes, and they would take cables and remove them, and which was very time-consuming and very difficult.
Okay.
What we do now is different because we utilize a software program, and the way that we splice up video is not, unfortunately, very intuitive. It takes a few steps and a few processes to do so. But my staff knows how to do it. We do it
All right.
for public records
All
purposes.
right, let me ask you this. It is right now 10:47 on Friday. The state, I think, is going to put this evidence on at 8:30 on Monday. Can your staff get this done between now and 8:30 on Monday?
Yeah,
All right.
as long as we have the times that need to be taken.
Yeah, so probably the easiest way to do that is to give them a copy of the transcript and then highlight or cross out or something what comes out, right? So that's probably not that hard. Right?
It's not that hard.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to say it's not that hard, but we can get it
Right.
done.
Okay. And then if your staff has to do overtime over the weekend, they'll be happy that
I'll try to.
overtime is no longer taxed, right?
Bill to Judge Below.
All right. So why don't you guys just discuss that during lunch and see if you can get that done by 8:30 on Monday. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. All right. So that's what we'll do as opposed to Hollywood, I guess.
That's right. I'll
Okay. That was a good suggestion.
I'll tell him thank you and to enjoy his weekend.
There you go. Thank you. Okay. Are we ready for the jury now? Look, I think so. All right. So let's go ahead and bring them in.
Multi-step process that's going to involve me spending a lot of time that I don't have to spend.
I get it.
And I would just like to put on the record that I brought this issue up months ago. I brought it up again on the 30th, that I was hoping to have all the things in, and we get them right before trial and during trial.
All right. Let's bring the jury in. I guess they're on the way. words, you can just mute it out if it's like 5 minutes. If they can just slice that.
I believe there are only a couple that are a minute and a half to 2 minutes long, and again, that's what makes it more complicated.
Okay, I got you. I understand.
This one needs to come up, this one doesn't, and getting all that right.
And you know, the word, it's all been muted, so it's just a question of the single words is no big deal. It's the longer section.
Right. We all agree on that.
Yeah, and it's not a lot.
Okay, good. Yeah, let's bring him in.
Your Honor, jurors in the jury box and seated.
All right. Members of the jury, welcome back. I apologize for the delay, but there were some legal issues we had to deal with. Any issues at all as far as hearing or seeing anything from the media or from anyone else involving your case? All right, those are all no's. Very good. State, please call your next witness.
The state would call William Garretts.
So this way, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Swear, please, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Doe, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
William Garretts, Gerretz.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a late print examiner,
And where are you employed?
Pinellas County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been in that position?
Almost 13 years as a latent examiner.
Have you held any previous positions in that field?
Yes, I have.
And what was that?
I was a fingerprint technician for 6.5 years before that.
Is the crime lab you work at accredited?
Yes, it is.
And how is it accredited?
It's accredited through the ANAB, which is the ANSI National Accreditation Board, and it's accredited in both forensics and latent print examination. To get accredited, you have to meet certain requirements and guidelines dealing with report writing, documentation, change of custody, yearly assessments, things like that.
Are all crime labs accredited?
I know they're not.
What are your job duties in the occupation you mentioned earlier?
Yes, as a late print examiner, I analyze all the cases throughout Pinellas County, all except St. Petersburg. We deal with cases from Bel Air, Largo, Pinellas Park. We assist the ME's office in identifying deceased individuals. I repair reports. We do identity problems. I testify on and write reports.
And what's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from University of South Florida. I have a crime scene certificate from St. Petersburg College.
Do you have any specialized training or classes related to fingerprint analysis?
Yes, I do.
Relate to his expertise as regards to fingerprint
All right, well, it's up to the state if they want to continue or if they want to accept that. Thank you.
Sorry, repeat the question.
Hold on one moment. Yeah, it asked if you had any specialized training or classes in fingerprint analysis, but I think we can skip ahead just a little bit.
Okay.
What steps do you take to remain current in your field?
To remain current in the field, every year we have to take a proficiency test, and that's administered usually by an outside agency, and we have to pass that.
Okay. How many of these tests have you taken, and how many have you passed?
Probably one a year since 2013. I passed every one of them.
Do you personally hold any special certifications or accreditations to do your work?
Yes, I am I have my certification in latent print examination through the IAI, which is the International Association for Identification. It's like a worldwide premier forensic organization.
And how many fingerprint comparisons have you conducted in your career, approximately?
I work between 500 and 1,000 cases per year, so literally tens of thousands of fingerprints.
Can you explain to the jury what a fingerprint actually is?
Yeah, a fingerprint is actually a unique pattern that of friction-ridged skin that you have at the tip of your fingerprint. Now, friction-ridged skin is made up of ridges and furrows. Basically, it's the ridges are like a hill and the furrows the valley. So when you come in contact with a surface, just the ridges touch that surface due to the oils, the sweats, the lipids, the fats in your fingers, and you leave behind that impression. And usually, if it's a latent print impression, then it needs some kind of either physical or chemical property to actually make it visible to the eye.
Are fingerprints unique and specific to each individual?
Yes, they are.
Could two different people have the same fingerprints?
No.
How is it possible for a person to leave a fingerprint?
A person leaves fingerprints, like I said before, with the it depends on all the moisture they have in their fingers and what they come in contact with. So if their hands have enough that sweats, the oils, the fats, if there's enough on there to leave an impression, and when they come in contact with an item, that impression is left behind.
Are different types of surfaces better or worse for obtaining fingerprints?
Yes, there are.
Can you explain how that works?
Like glass or plastic would be easier to leave a fingerprint than something porous like wood or notebook paper.
What is a lift?
A lift is basically, it is an index card, and when the forensics goes out and they like do powder on an, they powder like a surface, and they take the tape over that, over to lift up the impressions, and they put that on a card. And that is what we call a fingerprint lift card.
Can you explain what a latent fingerprint is?
Yeah, a latent fingerprint is a impression that is inadvertently left behind and that needs some kind of like physical, like black powder, or a chemical like anhydrine property to actually make it visible to the naked eye.
And can you explain what a known fingerprint is?
A known fingerprint is a print that is usually rolled from the tip of your finger to the other tip of your finger. And it's rolled, and they're usually used for background purposes, identity purposes, criminal backgrounds, stuff like that.
How do you access known prints when you're trying to do a comparison or find the source of a print?
Known prints? Mm-hmm. We have the capability to, we have 3 different databases of prints. We have a local database, which is just Pinellas County. We have FDLE, which is the state. And if we need to get a print from the FBI, we can request a card from the FBI.
Can you explain the difference between a print of value versus no value?
Yeah. When I first do a comparison, I look at a lift card, and I'm determining whether or not that's of value or no value. Now, when I say of value, it means, is there enough of that impression behind where I can use it to make a meaningful comparison to another subject? I'm looking for ridges, which is the lines. I'm looking for ridge endings, is where a line ends, like a bifurcation, where one line branches off into 2. And there's got to be, there's no set number, but there's got to be enough there where I could look at that and say, yes, there is enough individual characteristics on that lift where I can make a meaningful comparison to somebody else.
What are the different types of results the examination of a latent print could produce?
Yes, we have 4 types. We have identification, which when we say identification, it means the latent impression and the subject that we're comparing it to originated from the same source. It means they're the same person. We have inconclusive. Inconclusive means we see some stuff that's similar and some stuff that is dissimilar, and we can't identify it, or we can say it's excluded. Now, exclusion is like identification, but the other way. When we say this print is excluded from this person, using our guidelines, that print did not originate from that person. And then incomplete is when we're missing like the tip of a finger, or the palm is missing, or the finger's not rolled right. An incomplete conclusion is if we had better prints, we may or may not be able to make the identification or comparison. We need better known prints.
Can you explain, can you explain how you go about comparing the latent fingerprint to the known print?
Yes, when I have a latent print next to a known print. Well, first there's 3 levels of detail on a fingerprint. We got loops, arches, and whorls. So if my latent impression is a loop, what I'll do is if I have a known card I'm comparing it to, I'll look for the loops first. And then if I see one similar, then we go to the second level, which is the minutia, which is, like I said, the ridge endings, where one line ends, a bifurcation where one line branches off into 2. So I'm looking at totality of the print. I'll find one spot on this print, and I look for the corresponding minutia on this print. And then it's a matter of, okay, I have a ridge here and a ridge ending here. If I count up 2 ridges and I see another ridge ending, I expect to find that on the other one. So I'll count up 2 ridges and find that ridge ending. And you do this until I'm confident using my training expertise that it's uniqueness and rarity that I will not expect to find those patterns in another print.
Through your work with Pinellas County Forensics, on January 3rd, 2019, did you become involved in a triple homicide investigation stemming from Tarpon Springs PD?
Yes, I did.
How were you involved in that case?
The case was assigned to me, and so that means that every time an envelope comes in with either lists or photos, that I have to analyze it, and I got to work the case. I analyze the prints, I prepare reports, I do any of the comparisons, and then I write the final conclusions.
How was the evidence submitted to you for examination?
This particular case had 27 different envelopes that were submitted.
And what was contained in each of those envelopes?
Each of those envelopes either have the actual item that they lifted from the scene or a photograph of an item they found at the scene.
Were you also provided with elimination prints in this case?
You've heard of my notes. I believe I was. Yes, I was.
Can you explain what elimination prints are?
Elimination prints are prints taken at the scene of the crime where you expect them to be the owner of a car, the owner of a house. You would expect those prints to be there. And what you're trying to do is rule those prints out to look for other prints for people that may not belong there.
Did you receive elimination prints for the people that lived at the residence?
I believe I did.
And can you tell us who those people were?
Well, I have a list of 10 subjects total in this, and I don't have it broken down by elimination.
Okay. Is one of those subjects Nicholas Ivancic?
Yes, Nicholas James Ivancic, date of birth 7/14/93.
Okay. Do you have prints for Laura Ivancic on your elimination list as well?
Laura Ivancic? No, I don't.
Okay. What about Richard Ivancic?
No, I don't.
In examining, how many items overall were you presented for examination in this case?
In this case, there were 611 items.
In examining those prints, were you able to determine which ones were of value and which were not?
Yes, I was.
How many lifted prints were individually identified to you, approximately?
Oh, altogether? Mm-hmm. I believe there was 143 items that were identified.
Once you started examining the prints and running them in your database, how quickly were you able to identify a suspect?
That on January 3rd.
So that was the same day you started?
Yes, I did.
Did you continue to examine additional prints after you had linked that first latent print to a known individual?
Yes, I did.
Did you have multiple prints come back to that same individual?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
Well, the fingerprint card from the FBI came back as Svensson or Shelby Svensson, also known as John Nealy Shelby.
Was that Shelby John Nealy?
Yeah, Shelby John Nealy.
And were you able to examine that known print?
Yes, I was.
When you examined the fingerprints presented to you in this case, how did you examine the prints and perform your evaluation?
In this particular case, it didn't belong to any of the eliminations I had. So I input them to the APHIS database system, local, FDLE, and FBI. And the FBI, the system brings you back possible matches. And so once I determine the most likely subject that it belongs to, I would print the card out and then do a manual side-by-side comparison. And that is what I did in this case.
Based on your expertise in the field of fingerprint analysis, were the points of comparison conclusive as to the identity of Shelby Nealy as the person who had left the latent prints?
Yes, it was.
And was that true of all the fingerprints that we will be discussing today?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the specific fingerprints that you received.
Okay.
Did you receive a fingerprint marked print number 23 from exterior clear glass room H?
Let me refer to my actual print. Item number 23?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
And was that labeled exterior clear glass room H?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you also receive a print marked item number 26 from interior back of gray trash can room H?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked print number 27 from interior left side gray trash can room H?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked print number 28 from exterior blue mug room H?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked print number 29 from exterior small clear plastic cup north of sink room H?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked print number 238 from towel bar room H?
238? You mean 38?
Oh yes, 38, I'm
I
sorry.
will lift 38 from the towel bar room H.
Room H, sorry, I misread my own handwriting. Did you receive a print marked print number 48 from exterior Hanson's face value children's pain and fever bottle room H?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked print number 293 from exterior Glade can room H?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked print number 430 from exterior back of black cherry incense package room H?
Yes, that was a photograph.
Did-
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked print number 432 from exterior Ganesh stick plastic wrapper room H?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked print number 435 from exterior back of 3M particulate mask package room H?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked print number 1 from microwave door?
Yes, room C.
Did you receive a print marked print number 5 from exterior bang box slash wrapping on floor room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked print number 6 from exterior bottom of bang box wrapping on floor room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked print number 13 from Skippy jar on floor room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked print number 267 from bowl from kitchen table room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 269 from kitchen table room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked number 270 from kitchen table room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 276 from coffee cup, kitchen island room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 279 from chip bag from kitchen floor room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 280 from Christmas card box, kitchen floor room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 281 from Christmas card box, kitchen floor room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 284 from white trash can from kitchen floor room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked print number 93 from vitamin bottle on island room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked print number 94 from insulated cup on island room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 97 from Halloween candy container lid, north counter, room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 99 from Halloween candy counter lid, north counter, room C?
Hollywood candy container?
Halloween
Halloween
yeah.
candy container?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 110 from cereal box, southeast corner, room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 111 from cereal box, southeast corner, room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print number 112 from cereal box, southeast corner, room C?
I believe it might be counter.
Counter,
Southeast
you're
counter?
right. Southeast counter.
Yes,
room
I
C.
did.
Did you receive a print marked 113 from cereal box, southeast counter, room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 114 from back of chair by southeast cabinets, room C?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 515 from Home Depot receipt from area 73?
Yes, it was a photograph.
Did you receive a print marked 84 from Ivancic jewelry box, room J closet, top shelf?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked print number 58 from clear glass drinking cup on top of curio cabinet, room E?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 59 from clear glass drinking cup on top of curio cabinet, room E?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 60 from top of curio cabinet R of figurine, room E?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 62 from middle glass panel of curio cabinet, room E?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 136 from west wall, south side doorway, room E?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 139 from west wall, interior doorway, south side, room E?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked number 333 from rope bag, floor, room E?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a print marked 337 from bang can from table, south wall, room E?
Yes, I did.
Now, for all of the prints that we have now mentioned, were you able to examine every one of them?
Yes, I was.
And did you come to a conclusion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the source of all of those prints?
Yes, I did.
And who is the source of those prints?
All those, either fingers or palms, came back to Shelby John Nealy, date of birth 8/19/83.
In addition to the prints that we've discussed today, did you examine numerous additional prints as
Yes.
part of your role in this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did your examination of those prints reveal any suspects other than Shelby John Nealy?
Yes, I did have identification of the subjects.
Subjects?
Yes.
Okay. But not suspects as far as you're aware, right?
I just deal with subjects.
Okay.
I don't, suspect or elimination, I just deal with the name and the fingerprints.
No additional questions, John? Oh, I guess I do have one additional question. I'm sorry, Your Honor. In the date of birth for the known print that you said, could you verify the date of birth on that?
There was actually, on some of the FBI cards I received from the FBI, some said 8/19/83, while others did say 8/19/93.
Okay. So there was a discrepancy in the year, but did
yes.
all of the cards show the same prints?
Yes, they were all the same person. Yeah, some said 8/19/93. They were all Shelby J. Svensson, same fingerprints. They were all compared to each other, and they were all the same.
Okay, so it's all the same person then?
Yes, all the same person.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any cross-examination?
Very briefly. Good morning.
Good morning.
The variations on the date of birth could be just data entry error?
Yes.
Okay. And Svensson versus Nealy, do you know anything about where that comes from?
No, I don't.
Do you know whether or not his adopted father or his stepfather's last name
No,
is Svensson?
I don't usually read up on all that. I just
Okay.
deal with the prints.
Right. And
All
you
I
just
deal
know
with
what
numbers.
you're seeing on the documents, right?
Yes, I try to stay as neutral as possible.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any redirect? No. All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay.
State, please call your next witness.
Witness stated next, call Dr. Ignacio via the deposition to perpetuate.
Okay. Members of the jury, and I believe that Dr. Ignacio was unavailable this week to actually testify, so her testimony was taken earlier, and it was videotaped, and I believe that that videotape, the testimony will be shown to you now, so you should consider this just like any other testimony by any other witness. It's just, it's pre-recorded because she's not available this week, okay?
This is media number 1 to the videotaped deposition of Dr. Susan Ignacio, taken in the matter of the state of Florida versus Shelby John Nealy. Case number 1900140CFD. Today's deposition is being held remote by Zoom. The approximate starting time is 2:16 p.m. Eastern Standard. My name is Laura Smith. I'm the videographer today, and the court reporter is Carolyn Dawkins. Counsel, will you please introduce yourself for the record, and then the court reporter may swear in the witness.
My name is Brian Spravier for the state. Brian Doak for the state.
Tanya Allaby on behalf of Shelby Nealy.
And Bjorn Brunvan on behalf of Shelby Nealy.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, could you please state your name?
My name is Susan Ignacio, Ignacio.
And how are you employed?
I'm an associate medical examiner.
And what sort of education do you have to have in order to become associate medical examiner?
After 4 years of med school, I did 5 years of anatomic and clinical pathology and forensic pathology.
Okay, so you're a doctor?
Yes.
And what sort of training and experience do you have following med school?
Following med school, I did a residency of anatomic and surgical pathology. Anatomic and clinical pathology, then a year of forensic pathology.
Okay. And any kind of boards or certifications that you had to do?
Yes. I'm board certified in anatomic pathology and in forensic pathology.
Okay. And so how long have you been working as an associate medical examiner?
In this office,
Yes.
approximately 24 years.
Okay. Any prior experience as an associate medical examiner?
Yes, a year in District 5 in Leesburg, Florida.
Okay. And what does an associate medical examiner do?
An associate medical examiner is a forensic pathologist who determines cause and manner of death by performing autopsies and investigating the circumstances surrounding the death.
When you say forensic pathologist, what does that mean?
It's a branch of pathology that concentrates on determining cause and manner of death by performing autopsies.
Okay. Is it similar to a coroner?
In a way, it's similar because, a coroner may not be a doctor. He could be a sheriff or some other politician, but an associate medical examiner or a medical examiner is a board-certified forensic pathologist.
Okay, so in your experience as an associate medical examiner in both District 6 and District 5, have you performed a number of autopsies?
Yes.
Roughly how many autopsies do you think you performed over the course of your career?
More than 6,000.
Okay. Have you ever, prior to this case, performed autopsies on bodies that have been dead for a period of time or have decomposed or have substantial decomposition?
Yes.
Now, you brought up cause and manner of death. When you're determining cause of death, what is cause of death?
Cause of death, and there's many causes of death, but that's the disease or injury that led to that person's death.
Okay. Are you able to give us any examples of what is a cause of death? Are there a fixed amount of them?
No, there's multiple causes of death. You've got, different kinds of cancers. You've got heart disease. You've got like trauma, blunt head trauma, gunshot wounds, sharp force injuries, drowning, hanging. Those are all examples of causes of death.
Okay, and you indicated that you're also supposed to determine manner of death.
Yes.
And what is manner of death?
Manner of death is a classification on how that death occurred, and we have 5 manners of death. We have homicide, suicide, accident, natural, and an undetermined manner of death.
Okay. Now, were you working as an associate medical examiner back on January 1st of 2019 here in the 6th Circuit?
Yes.
And at that time, were you called to respond to a location at 1954 Juanita Way in Tarpon Springs?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to go into the scene and observe 3 bodies?
Yes.
And one of the bodies, was it in a bedroom all by itself, while another body was in a master bedroom that was connected to a master bathroom with a 3rd body?
Yes.
So observing those bodies, does the medical examiner's office then do the autopsy and all the work they need to do on scene, or does something else happen?
We don't do the autopsy on scene. The bodies are brought to the morgue.
Okay. And did that happen with 3 bodies at Juanita Way?
Yes.
And once the 3 bodies are brought to the morgue in your office, did you perform autopsies on those 3 bodies?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm going to go through them one at a time. And first, I'd like to turn your attention to the body that was found in the master bedroom. It was connected to the master bathroom. Did you have an opportunity to observe that body on scene?
Yes.
What did you see about that body on scene that may have been unusual?
The body was face up on the floor, and it was decomposed and was covered with, I think, carpets, and he was also covered with paint.
Okay. And what area of his body in particular was covered in paint?
The face, the head.
Okay. Now, because the head was covered in paint, did that provide any kind of difficulty for you in doing your examination, or did that ultimately not cause too much difficulty?
Well, I didn't do any examination because they weren't, the police weren't ready for me. They still had to process the scene. So I just looked at the bodies and then I left the scene.
Okay, and I'm talking later on. So that body brought back to the morgue. Did you conduct an autopsy on that body? We're going to call that Richard.
Yes.
And did you conduct an autopsy on January 3rd of Richard?
Yes.
So once you begin to conduct the autopsy, did the paint cause any problems in your ability to view or deal with the body?
No.
Okay. Was it able to peel right off so that you were able to see the things that you needed to see?
Yes.
So when you conduct an autopsy, how do you go about doing it? What do you start with?
I start with doing an external examination. So I document injuries externally, document color of eyes, the teeth, any scars, tattoos. And once I'm done with my external exam, I do an internal exam.
Okay. So with Richard, did you do an external examination?
Yes.
And let's start, aside from the head, did you observe anything of interest in the external examination?
No.
Were there any injuries on his body or on his chest or on his neck?
There was an incised wound. I called it an incised wound on the right side of the neck, and there were like crescent-shaped red abrasions on the chest.
Okay. Aside from those injuries, did you observe, and aside from the head, did you observe any other injuries on his arms, legs, or the rest of his body?
No.
Okay. I want to start with those crescent-sized abrasions. Can you show us kind of on yourself approximately where those injuries were?
They were like somewhere here in the middle.
Okay. I'd like you to look at a photograph. You can keep it down there. You see that photograph?
Yes.
And do you recognize that as the body that we've been talking about Richard?
Yes.
And that's after any clothing has been removed and you can see his chest, but before the paint has all been removed from his face?
Yes.
Okay. If you could, for me, on the desk, if you could turn that photograph over and if you could initial that and date it with today's date, which is July 3rd of 2025. And write in clear letters, Richard 1. Okay. Now, about how big were those crescent-shaped injuries?
I didn't measure them.
Okay. If we assumed that they were caused with a hammer, would that explain, or would that be consistent with the injuries that you observed on his chest?
Yes.
And would these injuries be consistent with two separate blows to the chest if we assume a hammer?
Yes.
Okay. You also mentioned an injury to the neck. Can you describe what that means in a little bit layman's terms?
It was just a cut on the neck.
Okay. Now, when I think of cuts, I think of like a straight line along the skin. Was this like that?
It was an elongated, elliptical shaped wound on the neck.
Okay. And how wide was it on the thinner side of the elliptical shape?
It was about 4 centimeters in length. That was the length.
Okay. And width? How was the width?
I did not get the width.
Okay. And I'm showing you another photograph. Is that the injury that we're talking about?
Yes.
And there's a ruler within that photograph?
Yes.
Now, if we're looking at the photograph, can you orient us to where's the ruler in relation to the body?
So the ruler's in the bottom portion of the wound, and that's where the chest is, the upper chest. And so the wound is like right below the chin. It's on the neck, and right below the chin.
Okay. And if you could you point out for us on yourself kind of where this injury was located on Richard's body?
Somewhere here.
Okay. And the photograph you're looking at now, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the injury that you observed?
Yes.
Okay, if you could flip that one over. And again, if you could initial it, date it, and in clear letters write Richard 2. Now, the 2 injuries we discussed on the chest, would you expect those to be injuries if by themselves, if there were no other injuries, would you expect those 2 injuries to cause death?
No.
Now, this injury that we just looked at in that photograph you labeled Richard 2, that injury on the neck, if that was the only injury that this person suffered, would you expect that injury to cause death?
Maybe not, no.
Okay. Did it appear to hit any vital organs or any major blood vessels or arteries or veins?
No.
Okay. So now I want to turn your attention to Richard's head. Can you describe for us, did you observe any injuries to Richard's head?
Yes.
And where were those injuries and what were they?
He had like 2 lacerations, like in the mid forehead area. He also had a laceration on the left side of the nose and some lacerations on the right side of the face, the right eyelid, the right cheek area.
Okay. And any on the back of the head?
Yes, he had 2 lacerations in the back of the head.
Okay. I want to focus first on kind of the front of the head and face area. You referred to a laceration. So what exactly is a laceration?
A laceration's a tear on the skin.
Okay. Were there any holes in his head associated with these lacerations?
Yes.
Okay. And how many would you say?
There was, I think, one big one in the middle.
Could you point that out for us on?
Somewhere here in this area.
Okay.
And he also had fractures of the nose, the right cheekbone, and also, which I already mentioned, the frontal bones and the right temporal bone, which is the bone on the side of the head. And he also had fractures at the base of the skull.
Okay. So now I'm going to hand you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on Richard's face and head and at the front?
Yes.
And if you could flip that over and initial it and date it, and then write Richard 3. Okay. So I want to kind of work my way up a little bit and focus on some of these. So you said there's an injury to his nose. And can you point that out kind of on yourself where you observed that?
Here.
Okay, and how substantial was that injury?
There was a laceration in that area and the nasal bones were fractured.
Okay. Would that injury, that blow by itself, be sufficient to kill a person?
Maybe not if he's left unattended, probably, but no.
Okay. You indicated there was a laceration to the right eyelid. How substantial was that injury?
It was about 4 by 3 centimeters.
Okay. What kind of effect would that have had on Richard? Is he going to lose an eye from an injury like that?
No.
How about the right cheek? You indicated that there was a laceration. Can you explain to us how substantial that injury was?
That laceration was about 4 centimeters, 2 centimeters, and there was a fracture of the cheekbone, that area.
And on yourself, can you please point out approximately what that injury was?
Here.
Okay. And the laceration to the forehead, I'm going to say the center to left forehead, you know the injury I'm talking about?
The front, the middle?
The front, yeah. Could you point out on yourself where that injury was?
Somewhere in this area here.
And how substantial was that injury?
There was one that was about 4 centimeters and the other one was about 2 centimeters, and beneath that laceration was a large hole fracture of the skull.
Okay. Now those injuries that we just talked about on his face and on his head, could they have been caused with a hammer?
Yes.
Now I would like to show you another photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
Yeah, and sorry, the one that you labeled Richard 3, that one was also fair and accurate?
Yes.
Of what you observed. So this new photograph I just showed you, you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is that a photograph of?
It shows 2 lacerations on the right side of the head.
Okay. If you could flip that over, initial and date it, and then write Richard 4. Okay, so this photograph that we've labeled Richard 4, there's a ruler in it.
Yes.
And can you orient us to what we're looking at in that photograph with respect to the ruler? Where would the ruler be on his head?
So this is looking at the right side of the head. The ruler would be like where the ear is, and the top of the photo is like the top of the front of the face, because the lacerations are here on this side, and the left side of the photo would be the top of the head, and the right side of the photo would be somewhere like the eye area or the cheek area.
Okay. And that photograph that we've labeled Richard 4 fairly accurately depicts the 2 lacerations you're talking about on the right side of the face?
Yes.
Okay. And the 2 lacerations on the right side of the face, were those less substantial than the lacerations on the front of the head?
Yes, they were on the head. Actually, that's a right side of the head.
Yeah, but they were less substantial, less severe?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what does that depict?
2 lacerations in the back of the head.
If you could flip that over, initial it and date it and write Richard 5. And does that photograph fairly accurately depict the injury that you observed to the back of Richard's head?
Yes.
And can you describe for us, kind of on your own head, where that injury was located?
Right here in this area.
Okay. And how many injuries are there depicted in that photograph that were on the back of the head?
I can see 2.
Okay. And how substantial were those injuries?
One was about 1 centimeter and the other one was about 3 centimeters.
And was there any deformities of the head or skull associated with those 2 injuries?
No, there were no fractures.
Okay. So in terms of Richard's head, how many separate blows, if we assume a hammer was the weapon used, would it have taken at a minimum to create the injuries that you saw?
Basing on the lacerations, I counted a total of 7 lacerations on the head.
Okay, and that's not, we're not counting the neck and the chest, correct?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the lacerations on the head, could it have been more than 7 blows with a hammer that caused these injuries?
It's possible, yes.
But the minimum is 7?
Yes.
Okay. So, following the external examination of Richard, did you do an internal examination?
Yes.
And in particular, was there anything significant of note other than in the head?
No.
And doing the internal examination of the head, what did you observe when you did that?
Once the scalp was peeled, we could easily view the fractures of the head, of the skull.
And how significant were the fractures of the skull?
There were multiple fractures. They were concentrated here on the head and also on the face and also the base of the skull. The front portion of the base of the skull, there were multiple fractures there.
Okay. So, based on all that examination, were you able to determine the cause of death of Richard Ivancic?
Yes.
What did you determine the cause of death was?
Blunt head trauma.
So, can you explain to us how suffering the injuries that you just went over will lead to a person's death?
With blunt head trauma, you would have injuries to you may have lacerations, which could cause bleeding externally. The scalp is very vascular, so that could bleed easily. And after the lacerations, you may have fractures of the skull. And if these are multiple pieces of fragments of bone, that could also tear the blood vessels that are coursing through the cranial cavity. It could also cause injury, like tearing of the brain, and cause hemorrhage in the brain. It could cause, hemorrhage in the covering, the dura mater, so you would have subdural hemorrhage. You would have subarachnoid hemorrhage, which is hemorrhage between a layer of the brain, the arachnoid layer, and then you would also have blood vessels there, so you'd have hemorrhage there, and you'd also have intraparenchymal hemorrhage. So you have all these hemorrhages, which can cause decrease in oxygen delivery to the brain, which the brain needs to function, and then cell death and eventually die.
Okay, and suffering these kinds of blows, ultimately leading to death, if someone suffers all these blows, would they die immediately, or would it take a period of time?
Depends how strong the initial blows would be. Probably not immediately. It could take maybe minutes, or it could take hours. It just depends.
Okay. Is there any way for you to tell that looking at the body when you did?
No.
Also, and I guess it's worth addressing with Richard, when you're able to examine the body, are you able to come up with an exact time of death?
No.
Are you able to say that this person has been dead for more than a certain number of days?
Yes.
And what would you say, more than how many days?
It's hard to say. It could be a week or two. It just depends on the condition of the home at that time.
Okay, but is conducting an autopsy and determining when the person may have died, is it like it is on TV where the doctor will come out and say, this person died on exactly June 13th at 3:05 p.m. and 7 seconds?
You wouldn't be able to say that.
Okay. So with regard to Richard, did you determine the manner of death?
Yes.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Okay, I want to turn your attention then to the body that was in the master bathroom that you observed, the woman. And we're going to call this Laura. Now, when you had an opportunity to observe the body in the master bathroom, was this person also partially wrapped in a carpet with like a red towel on top?
Yes.
And was Laura also brought back to your office in the medical examiner's office in the morgue?
Yes.
And did you also conduct an autopsy on Laura on January 3rd of 2019?
Yes.
And did you go about doing that autopsy in the same manner that you described for Richard?
Yes.
So you started with the external examination?
Yes.
So with regard to Laura, aside from the head, was there anything notable about her body aside from the head?
No.
No injuries that you saw other than the head?
None.
Okay. And how about Laura's head? What did you observe?
She had lacerations in the back of her head and fractures.
Okay. And could you describe those injuries for us?
She had about 5 lacerations in the back of the head, and I was able to see there was a depressed area in the right side of the head, and that was due to fractures of the skull, the bones in that area. And she also had another fracture somewhere in the base of the skull.
Okay. Now I want to show you a photograph. Could you look at that for me? Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And is that an accurate depiction of what you observed on the back of Laura's head?
Yes.
Could you please flip that over and initial and date it and write Laura 1. And can you please describe, is this a fair and accurate representation of what you observed?
Yes.
Can you please describe what we're looking at in this photograph?
We're looking at the back of her head, and the ruler's like right below one of the lacerations. And then on the right side of her head, you can also see a large laceration, and you can see that it looks like, it's depressed, and the skull is fractured in that area.
Okay, and when you say depressed, can you give us some context to what that means?
Depressed means it's like a concavity on the skull. It's not like rounded, but looks cup-shaped.
Okay. Kind of like the Death Star?
What's a Death Star?
Never mind. The right side of that photograph would be Laura's right side, and the left side of that photograph would be Laura's left side?
Yes.
Okay. Now, these injuries, could they have been caused by a hammer?
Yes.
If we were to assume that they were caused by a hammer, how many blows would it have taken at a minimum to produce the injuries that you observed?
She had about 5 lacerations, so at least five blows.
Okay. And it could have been more than 5 if one area was hit in the same manner over and over again?
Yes.
Okay. Following your external examination of Laura, did you do an internal examination?
Yes.
And can you describe for us, other than the head, was there anything notable about the internal examination?
No.
So then, tell us about what did you find when you did the internal examination of the head?
When we peeled the scalp, we could see the fractures of the skull.
Okay, where were the fractures? If you could point out on yourself kind of where they were.
Somewhere here in the right side of my head. And then there was one that was like a long horizontal linear fracture, which involved like the left side of my head, and it went down to involve the other bones and also the base of the skull.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you another photograph. You recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And is that something that you observed when you were doing the internal examination of Laura?
Yes.
If you could please flip that over, initial and date it, and write Laura 2. Can you explain to us what are we looking at in that photograph that we've now labeled Laura 2?
So I'm looking at the skull, and the ruler is placed, I'm looking at the left side of the skull, sort of left top part of the skull. And the ruler is placed like at the level of the ear, the left ear. Above the ruler, you can see the fracture that, extends from the side of the head, and then it goes to the back, and you can't see it in this photo, but it extends to the right side of the skull.
Okay. And this photograph in particular, this is after you've peeled back the skin to reveal the skull?
Yes.
So what we're looking at is actually her skull, the bone part of the head?
Yes.
All right. And the last photograph that you looked at showed that concavity on the right side. Is that visible in this photograph, that concave portion or injury on the right side of the head?
No.
Okay. So this photograph that we've labeled Laura 2, it is a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed?
Yes.
Now, having done those examinations, were you able to determine the cause of death of Laura Ivancic?
Yes,
And what was the cause of death for Laura Ivancic?
blunt head trauma.
And were you able to determine the manner of death for Laura Ivancic?
Yes,
And what was the manner of death?
homicide.
Okay. I want to turn your attention briefly back to Richard. A couple of questions I realized I forgot to ask. Did you do any x-rays of Richard?
Yes, we did.
Did you observe any evidence of prior surgical procedures or medical procedures you may have had in the past prior to death?
Yes.
Objection relevance?
Yes. You're probably thinking that we have an alarm and there's some emergency. Well, it just so happens that the jail does this at noon every Friday. Why, I don't know. Maybe just to see if it works. But right now we have a slight legal issue. So we're going to go ahead and give you a 10-minute break. And then when we're ready, we'll come back. We'll be able to finish with this witness within a reasonable time so you can get a decent lunch. If you really need a snack in the next 10 minutes, that's perfectly fine. All right, so we'll see you in 10 minutes.
You would put your notepad face down on the chair.
Okay, very good. All right, so I'll be back in about 10 minutes. It shouldn't take very long, right? Okay. with the testimony.
Thank you, Judge.
Now I want to turn your attention to the body that was in the bedroom that was not the master bedroom, kind of by itself.
Yes.
And I believe it was covered with some sort of sheet or fabric at first. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that body also brought back to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And we're going to refer to that body as Nick. Did you conduct an autopsy on Nick on January 3rd of 2019?
Yes.
And did you conduct that autopsy the same way that you described for the previous two?
Yes.
So you started out with an external examination?
Yes.
And what did you observe in the external examination? And I guess we'll start with, aside from the head, what did you observe?
Aside from the head, he was moderately decomposed.
Okay.
And, covered with paint.
Okay. Any injuries of note anywhere but the head?
No.
Okay. So now let's turn our attention to the head. What did you observe in the external examination of the head?
He had multiple lacerations on the the forehead region was depressed, and there were lacerations more on the right side of his head.
Okay. And can you describe for us how big were those lacerations?
He had one that was about 8 centimeters, one that was 6 centimeters, and one that was 4 centimeters.
Okay. And how significant were each of these lacerations?
They caused the lacerations. How significant?
Yeah, how significant were the injuries associated with those lacerations?
Yes, it caused a defect in the skull. There was a large defect in the frontal portion of the skull. There were multiple fractures in that area.
And when you say defect, can you give us any kind of context to that?
Defect is like there's a hole in the skull.
Okay. So I'd like to show you this photograph. If you could look at that for me. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And is that a photograph of the body we're talking about that we're calling Nick?
Yes.
Okay, if you could flip that over, initial and date it, and then put Nick 1. And he says there's a rule of this photograph as well.
Yes.
Could you orient us to what we're seeing in this photograph?
So we're looking at the right side of the head, and you can see these large holes, oval-shaped holes. These are the lacerations on the right side of the head.
Okay, and where the ruler is on the left side of the photograph, is that the top of Nick's right ear?
Yes, in that area.
Okay, and I guess we'll call it the right side of that ruler, towards the right of the photograph, does it kind of cover up where his eye and his nose would be?
Yes.
Okay. And does this photograph fairly and accurately depict what you observed?
Yes.
So following the external examination of Nick, did you do an internal examination?
Yes.
And other than on the head, was there anything of note in regards to a cause of death on the internal examination of Nick?
No.
How about the head? Can you explain to us what you observed, what you saw on the internal examination of Nick's head?
Yes, I saw a fracture of the frontal bones and also in the parietal region, parietal bones. There was multiple fragments of bone also in the base of the skull.
Okay. Now, if we were to assume that a hammer created these injuries, can you tell us what the minimum number of blows with a hammer would have been needed in order to cause these injuries?
I counted 3 lacerations, so at least 3 blows.
Okay, and could it have been more than 3 if the hammer was hitting in the same area, particularly the forehead, multiple times?
Yes.
And based on your examination, were you able to determine the cause of death for Nick?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death?
Blunt head trauma.
And were you able to determine the manner of death for Nick?
Homicide.
Okay, now, so far we've looked at 5 photographs with Richard, 2 photographs with Laura, and 1 photograph with Nick. Did those photographs help explain or describe the injuries that you've been testifying about?
Yes.
Okay, and we talked about it with Richard, but with Laura and with Nick, the way that these injuries would have caused death, is the explanation more or less the same as the explanation that you gave for Richard?
Yes.
And I guess Laura first, same questions as we talked about with Richard. Would the injuries to Laura have immediately caused death, or would it have taken some time, or can you tell?
I can't really tell, but usually it would not be immediate.
Okay, and how about with Nick? Same question.
Yes, I would not know.
Okay. But within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, would you expect it to be some period of time in both Laura and Nick?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'd like to talk to you about a 4th body that you did an autopsy on. Did you do an autopsy on January 7th of 2019 of Jamie Ivancic?
Yes.
And where did that body come from? A different location?
Yes.
A location in Pasco County?
Yes.
And did you receive that body at the medical examiner's office in order to conduct an autopsy?
Yes.
What was different, or was there anything different about the state of this body?
This body was more decomposed.
Okay. Now, when a body like this is decomposed, to the degree this one was, does it create any kind of challenges for you as the medical examiner in coming to the determinations you need to?
Yes, it could. It does.
Okay. But in this particular case, with Jamie Ivancic, were you still able to do the examinations that you needed to do?
Yes.
And were you still able to come to some conclusions?
Yes.
Well, can you describe for us, did you do an external examination in the same way that you described you had done for the previous 3 bodies?
Well, can you repeat your question?
Sure. Did you do an external examination of Jamie Ivancic in the same manner that you described for the other 3 bodies?
Yes.
And actually, how much did this body weigh?
Body weight 80 pounds.
Okay, now, the body weighing 80 pounds, would we expect that Jamie Ivancic would have weighed 80 pounds when she was alive?
I don't know what her weight was back then, but 80 pounds is not a lot.
Okay, and when a body is decomposing, does it tend to lose weight?
Yes.
So going through the external examination, aside from the head, were there any injuries of note?
She had wounds on her, like slit-like wounds on her fingers.
Okay. And can you tell us which fingers and where on her fingers?
On the left hand, it was the fifth finger, the pinky finger, somewhere in the back of the pinky finger, and then on the right hand, it was in the palmar area, the front of the second to third fingers.
Okay. Other than those injuries and other than the injuries on the head, were there any injuries of note that you observed on Jamie's body?
No.
Okay, so then external examination of Jamie's head. What did you observe?
I saw multiple lacerations on the right and left sides of her head, and there were depressed areas on the sides of her head.
Okay. Well, let's start with the left side of her head. Can you give us a little bit more detail of exactly what that injury looked like?
There were about 4 or 5 lacerations on the left side of her head, and that in that area the skull was depressed.
And how significantly was it depressed?
Significantly, well, it was about 6 by 7 centimeter area of depression.
Okay, so a good chunk of the left side of her head
Yes.
was depressed. Okay. And then on the right side of her head, can you tell us a little bit more about those injuries?
So on the right side of her head, I saw about 7 lacerations, and then in that area, the skull was also depressed.
Okay, was it more depressed or less depressed than it was on the other side?
This one was a larger area. It was 6 by 11 centimeters.
Okay, so a very large part of the right side of her head was depressed?
Yes.
Okay. And how about anywhere else on her head, either back, top, or front of her head, any additional lacerations or injuries that you observed?
She also had fractures at the base of the skull.
Okay. And did you do an internal examination of Jamie?
Yes.
And anything of note on the internal examination anywhere but the head?
No.
So then the head, can you tell us about what you observed in the internal examination?
Once the scalp was peeled, we could see the fractures on the right and left side of the head.
Okay, and did the fractures on the right and left side of the head look like giant holes on each side of her head?
Yes.
Now, in regards to these injuries to Jamie's head, if we were to assume that they were caused by a hammer, what is the minimum number of injuries that Jamie would have suffered to her head?
On the right side, since I counted five lacerations, sorry, on the right side there were 7 lacerations, so at least 7 blows to the head.
And how about the left side?
The left side had 5 lacerations, so at least 5 blows to the head.
So for a total of at least 12 blows to the head?
Yes.
Okay, and how about the base of the skull? Was there an additional laceration there?
No lacerations.
And was that a fracture that was a result of the other lacerations?
Yes.
Okay. And so the blows that Jamie would have suffered, if we assume a hammer would have been a minimum of 12, could it have been more than 12 blows to the head?
Yes.
Okay. And with Jamie, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death?
Blunt head trauma.
And were you able to determine a manner of death, Jamie?
Yes.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Okay. In regards to going back a little bit, could you tell us when you examined the body of Richard, how much that body weighed?
He weighed 210 pounds.
And how much did the body of Laura weigh?
Laura weighed 110 pounds.
And how much did the body of Nick weigh?
90 pounds.
All right, I don't have any more questions. Ms. Alavi or Mr. Brunban?
Good afternoon, Dr. Ignacio.
Afternoon.
You have had occasion to routinely perform autopsies for the Sixth Circuit State Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes.
And that is both Pinellas and Pasco counties are encompassed within the Sixth Circuit, correct?
Yes.
And your office actually has a contract to perform those autopsies, right?
Yes.
And just so I'm aware and the jurors are aware, you've looked down quite often. Are you reading or referring to your file in this case?
Yes.
And that's what you have in front of you?
Yes.
All right. Have you ever had the occasion to work with anthropologists when you are examining decomposed bodies?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And part of the reason that you consult with anthropologists in decomposed bodies is because they have the ability to see the patterns and the distribution of injuries and put the bones and such back together again, correct?
Yes, if that was a skeleton.
Okay.
That's when we consult them.
And in this case, you did not consult with any anthropologists or bring any anthropologists in, is that right?
Correct.
All right. You did not go to the scene. I'm going to start with Jamie Ivancic in Pasco County. You did not go to that scene, right?
Correct.
Right. And Mr. Sarabia, in questioning you, asked you if we assumed a hammer was used, but you knew that a hammer was used, right? Because it was in your investigator's report.
Yes.
All right. And you indicated that Jamie Ivancic had slit-like wounds to both hands, correct?
Yes.
All right. And those wounds would be consistent with her holding a knife.
Yes.
And would be consistent with knife slippage as well.
Yes.
All right. All right, so let's go to the other three bodies that you examined. One of the things that you used to inform your decision in this case regarding blunt force trauma or loss of consciousness was a medical legal book by, I believe, Spitz and Warren. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you used the 4th edition of that book?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that the 5th edition that came out in 2020 included new content on trauma and wound analysis?
No.
one of the other things that you consulted, so to speak, at the behest of the state was one of the things you did was research on Google, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you did that after you met with them, right?
Yes, I think so.
And because they had questions about whether you evaluated loss of consciousness, right?
Yeah, yes.
Because up to that time you had not.
Yes.
Okay. And then again, as it applies to these three bodies, you had already known it was a hammer. You didn't need to be told that. I mean, you didn't need to assume that today because you knew from the investigator's notes, right?
Yes.
Now, you cannot give an opinion. Let's talk about, well, just about all three of them. You cannot give an opinion at all as to the order of injuries as to any of these bodies. Which injury came first on any of these bodies, is that correct?
Yes.
And that has nothing to do with decomposition, right? Whether they're decomposed or not decomposed, you couldn't tell either way what the order of injuries would be.
Yes.
Now, excuse me. All right. You would agree with me that consciousness means that a person is not aware and a person is not feeling pain, right?
Yeah, so they're not aware. They're unresponsive.
And that they're not feeling any pain. Is that right?
I don't really know. Maybe
Okay.
not.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case on April 14th of 2021?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of that deposition?
Yes.
I'm going to refer you, this is page 47, starting at line 12. Question, and just to be clear, when I'm talking about loss of consciousness, if someone is unconscious, you would agree that that means they are not aware, they're not feeling pain. And your answer was yes, correct?
Correct.
Now, as to Nicholas Ivancic, you cannot say for sure, but you would agree that it could be likely that one blow would cause loss of consciousness, right?
Yes, depends on the severity.
Okay. But that would be a likely scenario, depending on severity, is what you're saying, correct?
Yes.
All right. And as to his injuries, it is more likely that his injuries came from the back, correct?
I don't think I said that it came from the back. It's harder to hit somebody from the back.
Yeah, objection, Ms. Love, are you talking about Nick?
Yes, I'm talking about Nicholas Ivancic.
Okay.
All right, again, I'm referring to the same deposition. This is page 23, line 12. I'm sorry, let's start at line 9. Question, and do you have any opinion as to whether the blows were struck facing the person or from behind, or can't you tell?
Objection, improper impeachment.
Answer, I can't tell. Question, they would be consistent with a strike from behind. Would that be accurate or not? And if you don't know, it's okay. Yes, I don't know. I mean, it would be difficult to imagine somebody striking and hitting the front from the back, but it can happen. but I think it would be more from the back. Is that what you said?
Yes, I said that, but I don't know why I said that.
Okay. And Nicholas Ivancic had no defensive wounds, right?
Correct.
Right. Now, going to Richard Ivancic, the same questions I have about him. You already said that you could not establish the order of the blows, but depending on the severity, which you don't know, it could also would be likely that one blow could cause loss of consciousness, right?
Yes.
And there were no defensive wounds on Mr. Ivancic.
Yes.
On Richard Ivancic, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Correct? And as to Laura Ivancic, her injuries were to the back part of her head.
Yes.
Right? And the same questions I ask you about loss of consciousness as to Nicholas and Richard, that depending on the severity, which you don't know, one blow would likely cause the loss of consciousness, correct?
Yes.
Right. And there were no defensive wounds on her?
None.
All right, I don't have any other questions.
Dr. Ignacio, the defense counsel asked you about an anthropologist. Was an anthropologist necessary to do your examination in any of the 4 autopsies that we've discussed here?
No.
When would an anthropologist be necessary?
We usually call them on skeletons, so there's no flesh attached. You know, it's purely a skeleton, and we use them for the skeletons to try to look for trauma and identification.
Okay, and I guess we didn't go into detail, but when you received the body of Jamie, was that a skeleton?
No.
Okay. And we talked about assuming that the blows were caused by a hammer. Were all the blows that we discussed in that manner, were they consistent with being from a hammer?
Yes.
Defense counsel asked you about a different edition of a book that you consulted. That book, did that have to do with timing of loss of consciousness, or the issue that you were asked to look at had to do with timing and loss of consciousness?
I don't remember.
Okay. But did you need to consult that book at all in order to come to the cause and manner of death in these 4 cases?
No.
And in regards to anything that I asked you on your direct examination, did you need to consult that book to come to any of those conclusions?
No.
And defense counsel asked you about a statement that you made in the deposition regarding Nick and whether blows came from the back or the front. And to be clear, to reacquaint ourselves, Nick had substantial blows to the forehead. That particular body, is that correct?
Objection, counsel testifying.
That's the body we're talking about, Nick?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe in that statement, you even said that it was hard to imagine that it came from the back, but then did you misspeak in saying that it would have come from the back?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. All right, I don't have any more questions.
Dr. Ignacio, when Mr. Sarabia just asked you if you misspoke in that deposition, you were given the opportunity at that end of the deposition to read your deposition to check it for its accuracy, correct?
Yes.
And you did not do so, did you?
No, I waived.
All right, thank you.
Those are all the questions you got? Judge, as to conclude this deposition to perpetuate, we would ask to move some exhibits into evidence. You may. Any objection?
Subject to previous objections, Your Honor.
They're admitted. You may.
As I said before, members of the jury, you can look at these now, and you will be able to take these back with you when you deliberate at the close of the cases. So this isn't your last opportunity. You may. ahead and take our lunch break. Please be back in 1 hour. All right, have a good lunch. Or should we break for lunch?
I believe Mr. Rosario has completed some copies, so I would like to burn them and give them to the defense so they can check them over lunch so we can determine if there's any other problems. So that'll take me a good 10, 20 minutes, so I just...
Here's what I would suggest. It's going to take 20 minutes. Last night we waited for half an hour for that. We can rush, do our lunch, and rush back. And we can be back here in 30 minutes. Yesterday it took us about 30 minutes to get there and come back. Otherwise, we're going to be here and we're not going to get lunch. So that would be my suggestion, then we can review it.
All right, so just everybody be in the courtroom or somewhere else and meet in 30 minutes?
I can call Mr. Sarabia as soon as I get back and we can handle it.
Okay.
And to be clear, I haven't seen, I was doing my best to communicate with Mr. Rosario, the things we discussed, so I have not seen them either. But we're 1 o'clock on Friday. My ability to do anything beyond that is vastly diminished.
All right, well, hopefully everything works out with Mr. Rosario and you don't really have to worry that much. We just have to worry about proper digestion by eating our food too quickly. So, all right, so we'll see you back in an hour, and you guys will see each other in half an hour.
Session will be recessed for an hour till the call the court.
Right. I come back in a half hour, an hour.
You're coming back in an hour.
Okay, thank you.
So are you.
I wasn't following.
All right, so are you guys reviewing the video?
Yeah, probably 5-10 minutes. You're 5 minutes early, I think.
Well, I thought it was 12:55 when I left.
Oh, okay.
All right, so
Judge, can
I'll
we
wait for you
approach
to
for
finish.
just a minute so that we don't have to, just on something very quick?
Okay.
Sure.
All right, so I'll be back, what, 10 minutes? Okay, I'll be back in 10 minutes. We're ready for the jury.
Well, Judge, do you want to address victim impact now? I think that we've got our redactions and everything.
All right, so how many witnesses are we going to have in the
We've
afternoon?
got a couple witnesses, and then we have some witness testimony from Renee Split, and then she'll give her victim impact after her testimony.
All right, so we can do that all in one swoop. We're not going to take a break in between. I don't know how long these things are going to be.
20 to 30 minutes each.
Okay. All right, so we'll go over it now. So does she have an amended victim impact statement?
May I approach?
Yes. All right. All right, so I see some things right off the bat here. Let's talk about the first page. There's a lot of pages here, right? I mean, it's definitely all spread out, but there's a lot of pages. So let's talk about page 1. Any objections?
Judge, they already struck through apparently the middle, and then it says in our desire for justice.
Yeah, I'll take that out.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
And I know the court's allowing them to share photos from a video, but it says that was played at the memorial service. Instead of just, they could say, I will share photos from a video.
Well, I don't know if that is really prejudicial at all. I mean, we can take that out, but I don't know if it's really prejudicial.
I don't think it really changes
It
much.
just gives an explanation. It's obviously from like a few.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, yesterday I asked, was it the same kind of thing you would see at a funeral, and I think you guys said yes, but that's okay.
I believe that the things on page 2 come in.
Okay,
Same with page 3
okay.
and 4. And then on page 5, I would go to the second paragraph from the bottom. Talking about dealing with the aftermath of an auto accident, comparing notes regarding treatment.
Yeah, I would take that paragraph out. Okay. All right.
Next page, Judge. While planning, now we're going more into the memorial service. This is at the bottom. While planning the memorial service, I kept coming across images of an oak tree and every paragraph until just below the middle of the next page where it says he always left me messages on my birthdays and holidays. I think all of those paragraphs should come out from the last sentence on where it starts while planning the memorial service all the way through to the middle of the next page. Before I continue, I'd like to share something very personal, a short voice messages from my dad recorded on my birthday years ago.
All right, so,
And of course, the message, I think, should come out also.
all right. So the thing about the oak tree, I guess I would understand that better if I read the whole thing.
What's that? Yeah, I agree with the Your Honor.
All right, so what does the oak tree have to do with anything? Where do I find that out? All right, well,
So it talks about, it's sort of symbolism. It talks about oak trees, roots of the family, strength to navigate unbearable loss, things of that nature. So I think she's trying to describe how she has felt going through this, and the roots that she had from her father and that part of the family. That's how I interpreted that, Your Honor.
all right, well, I think it's kind of innocuous, so we'll just take it out, okay? In an abundance of caution, so that's the first time I've used that phrase. All right, for the wooden boxes that hold the end. All right, the next paragraph is out. That's the top of the next page. All right, and the next paragraph comes out too. All right, I think the next paragraph's in.
Which paragraph are you talking about?
Okay, this storm has stretched. I think that's in. That's the third paragraph. The first two on that page come out.
Yes, Your Honor.
The next paragraph is in.
Judge,
I think the next paragraph comes in.
where are you now, Judge?
All right, well, now I'm on the fourth paragraph. I mean,
You're allowing them to play a voice message from the father,
oh, she was actually going to play it?
Yes.
Oh.
She would like to, Your Honor, and I did some research in that. I found Johnson v. State, which is a 2024 Supreme Court case where they played a video of a child victim in that case saying who he was, what his favorite color was, his favorite show, things of that nature, and that was fine. Just the voicemail wishing the next of kin a happy birthday, it's 12 seconds long. I don't think that's out of bounds, Judge.
It doesn't fit the statute.
What she's going to lose, or is not able to get anymore.
What,
Judge, I mean,
She's talking
what does he say in the recording?
What's that?
What does he say in the recording, do you know?
It's 12 seconds.
Okay, so let's listen to it.
Hi, sweeties. Dan, just want to say happy birthday. I'd sing happy birthday to you, but I don't want you to fall dead from laughing, so I hope you had a good day, sweetie. Bye.
All right, I'll allow it.
Judge, I just want my objections noted for the record. I
Okay.
don't think it fits the statute. I think it's overly prejudicial. I don't know that the lawyers in Johnson argued 403, so because I haven't seen Johnson, so I don't know that they preserved the record in any way on that issue as to that objection.
All right, well, it shows the loss that she has because she's not going to get any more of those messages, any more of those phone calls. And it's not overly prejudicial at all. I don't think it's just happy birthday.
Is the court going to allow the last line on that page?
Yeah, I mean, that's all she has left, right? So that's the impact on her, yeah. All right.
And then the next page, at the bottom, starting from as a Christian woman to feels impossible.
Yeah, we don't need that. Okay, so we'll take out that first sentence. I don't know if those 3 lines are one big paragraph or if those are 3 separate paragraphs. I guess they're 3 separate paragraphs, but as a Christian woman, that comes out. I want to live.
Objecting to the next one, but not the following one.
Yeah, the next one is out as well. I want to live a life of grace, but some wounds are so violent, so cruel that healing feels impossible. That seems a little much.
Yes, sir.
All right, and then you don't have an objection to that very last
No, Judge.
paragraph?
And
Okay.
then on the last page.
Your Honor, given that that relates to the above two about forgiveness, I don't think without the context it makes much sense. I think we would rather remove that too if the other two are coming out.
That's fine.
All right, so you want that out?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then, Judge, the middle of the next page, but I want to leave you with more than grief. This isn't about the impact on the jurors. This is about the impact on family and so forth. So to leave them with more than grief is going beyond the bounds of the
All right.
statute.
All right, we can take that out.
And then followed by the next paragraph, not as names on a, I want to see you as they truly were, not as names on
All
a
right.
case file.
All right, that comes out.
I'm trying to figure out where we are on that.
All right, so,
But I want to leave you with more than brief.
all right, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess it's the 5th paragraph down, it starts with the word but. But, okay,
And then including the 3 lines after that, those are
Right.
as well.
all right, all that comes out. Okay,
And then, again, like the court's taken out and the other ones are, I guess the state will just play the video.
Yeah, I just marked, because we have the disc of the memorial video, just so.
all right. All right, do you want her to say, I respectfully ask the court to play the video?
That's what I was
we can
taking
take that
out,
out.
like based on the other
Okay.
ones you took out.
Okay, so we'll take that one out, and then you'll just say that you're gonna play the video now.
Yeah.
As part of victim impact.
So, Judge, there is one more thing in relation to victim impact I want to bring to the court's attention.
Okay.
Because we've had a little bit of editorializing with the last 2 victim impact witnesses, Mark Ivancic and Richard Ivancic. We went through their statements. It was clear what they were to say and not to say, and they both ended their statements because of him over there pointing. And so I'm going to ask that
All right.
that be refrained.
Yeah, I mean, I know that you got the last one at the very end. He said what he was supposed to say, and then he said, by the defendant. But I don't think he pointed at anybody, did he?
He did.
I didn't see
I
that.
don't recall that, I may have missed it. I'll reiterate to Renee to not exceed.
But Richard Ivancic pointed at the defendant because I watched it yesterday on court TV, so.
All right, it's always dangerous to watch yourself on court TV, by the way.
I didn't watch myself. I didn't
Okay.
even know I was on. Somebody else said I was.
All right, so, yeah, I mean, that was the only thing that I saw yesterday was, because it's just kind of natural to say that with the defendant, but they really have to stick to the script, okay?
And I'll reiterate that.
All right, and if you don't think that they can do it, then you can just read it on their behalf.
No, I believe that Ms. Blitt can stick to the written statement.
Okay. All right, and then the last page just has our name. So we all understand what you can do and what you can't do?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so she'll be the last witness of the day, and then you have 2 before that, right?
Correct.
All right. So are we finally ready?
Ready.
Okay. And then what I'm going to do at the end of this is I'm going to put all of these statements in as a court exhibit for identification, and I'll even write in there what comes out, you know. And this is the final version, but it's the super final version once I rule at the end here.
And Judge, I will not make, can I have a standing objection to the victim impact that I
Sure.
said about it?
Right, sure.
Thank you.
Georgia, the jury box is seated, Your Honor.
Very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. State, please call your next witness.
We would call Laura Scarpati.
This way, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
You may inquire, Mr. Shelby.
Thank you, Judge. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. I'm Detective Corporal Laura Scarpati.
And could you please spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Yes, Laura, L-A-R-A. Last name Scarpati, S-C-A-R-P-A-T-I.
And how are you currently employed?
With the Tarpon Springs Police Department.
And what is your position with the Tarpon Springs Police Department?
I'm the corporal over the detective division.
How long have you been doing that?
About a little under half a year.
And prior to that, what was your position with the Tarpon Springs Police Department?
I was a detective in our unit.
And how long did you do that for?
Approximately 11 years.
So were you working as a detective on January 1st of 2019?
I was.
Prior to being with the Tarpon Springs Police Department, do you have any other law enforcement experience?
I previously worked for Pasco County Sheriff's Office as a child protective investigator.
Okay, so what kind of education and training have you had in order to become a law enforcement officer and specifically a detective?
So I went to the Pasco Hernando Community College for through my for the Law Enforcement Academy. Had several other training courses, continuing education. Do you want me to go over the certificates or just some topics?
Could you give us a summary, kind of like an overview?
Sure. We attend week or 2 week long courses, things like death and injury investigation, homicide investigations, child homicide investigations, interviews and interviews techniques, things like that.
Okay. Come back to that later. So I want to turn your attention to January 1st, 2019, New Year's Day. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
And did you have to respond to 1954 Juanita Way that day?
I did.
Roughly what time did you get to that address?
Approximately 1,400 hours, about 2 p.m.
Okay, and when you arrived on scene, were there other law enforcement officers there already?
There was.
Was there already crime scene tape up?
I don't recall if the tape was up or not. I'd have to go back and view some of the photos.
Okay, but all that process was happening, there were law
Yes.
enforcement officers who had the scene secure?
Yes. Mhm.
And when you arrived on scene, did you approach that residence, 1954 Juanita Way?
I did.
Did you notice anything as you were approaching the residence?
There was a pungent odor coming pretty far distant from the home. I remember I could smell it about when I reached maybe the driveway area, some portions of the middle of the street.
Okay. And when you got there, what was your role in this investigation?
So I was one of the assistant case agents.
Okay. Now, once you get on scene, did you speak with the other law enforcement officers who'd already been on scene to kind of get an idea of what was going on and what the response that would be necessary would be?
I did.
And I'd like to show you what we have marked as States 220. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the neighborhood where this occurred?
Yes, it is.
And Judge, we'd ask to move States 220 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Submitted.
And permission to hold that.
Amen.
Detective Scarpati, if you could, you mind stepping down just a couple steps and acquainting us with what we're looking at?
Of course.
That's very important.
It's fine.
So, and this is an aerial view of that neighborhood. Can you show us where the offense location 1954 Juanita Way is?
So that would be right in this region.
Okay, and in fact, if you zoom in there, can you see the dirt from the hole?
Yes, yes, sir. So it'd be right about here.
Okay. Where is the clubhouse in relation to that residence?
So that's going to be over, is it not showing that over here? There we go. So right about over in this region.
Okay. And how do you get into or out of this particular mobile home park?
So the entrance is going to be right up, I'm just going to see my pen, right up in this region.
You want to use your finger, that might be
Yeah.
more visible.
Sure. You go right in this way, down the main drag.
Okay, and in relation to this photograph, where would US 19 be?
That would be over, I don't know if you can see it over here. Can I scooch this over?
Just in that
Sure.
direction?
It'd be right down this way.
Okay. And just there at the top of that photograph, those houses up here, is that Pasco County?
Yes, sir.
But this here is Pinellas County?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, thank you. As one of the things you did on scene, did you speak with any neighbors?
I did.
Was there some question about the air conditioning unit at 1954 Juanita Way?
There was.
And did you learn anything about that air conditioning unit from the neighbors?
Yes, there was a notice from one of the neighbors in close proximity to the house. They heard the unit running nonstop, and so they thought that maybe there was a problem or something wrong with the unit.
And so that morning of January 1st, 2019, did they do something to it?
Yes, there was an HOA board member that went and retrieved that neighbor that did hear it running constantly, and they went to take a look over and see, if there was something they could do. They ultimately found the unit frozen over, so they were worried it would cause a fire or catch fire. So they went ahead and did, manually unplugged a portion of the unit.
Okay. So by the time law enforcement got there later that day, it was unplugged?
Yes.
Or deactivated in some way?
Yes, sir.
So when you're on scene, by this point, a welfare check had already happened and officers had already gone into the residence?
Yes, as a part of responding to a check the welfare, if we can't make contact with anybody, coupled with smelling an odor that we recognize to be body's decomposition, we'll go in and make entry to the home to make sure that there's no signs of life, nobody that we can give emergency care to. So we will do that.
But that had happened before you got on scene?
Yes, sir.
So when you got on scene, were you going right into the residence?
No, I did not. Officers backed out as soon as they saw that there was no signs of life and nobody else occupying the home, and then that scene was secured prior to my arrival.
Okay, and from that point, was law enforcement attempting to secure a search warrant to go and properly search and process the residence?
Yes, we began that process immediately.
So as that's going on, did you know exactly who the dead people in the residence were?
No, there was information collected from the officers that came out of the home. They gave us as much information as they were able to see without touching or moving or manipulating anything. There was one body that we could not tell if they were a male, a female. They gave us information that suggested that one of the decedents was a male. They could see a portion of the chest region with hair on it. They also indicated that there was another body that they observed. They could not see the body, but that they could see a portion of longer hair coming out from things that were obstructing the view of identifying who was in the house.
So did you go about trying to determine who should be at that residence?
Yes, we made contact with the complainant, which was the family members, and they were able to provide us a lot of information as to the family tree, who should be or who, is not in that residence, who frequently visits, things like that.
Okay. Now, did you spend a lot of the time making contact with the different family members that quickly become kind of what you were doing that afternoon?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So, as part of that information, were you becoming aware that at some point in the not too distant past that this defendant, along with possibly Jamie Ivancic, had visited or were planning to visit recently?
Yes, we were able to obtain statements from several different family members that Jamie's husband and both children were recently visiting the home. There were some that indicated that maybe they saw a younger female, and some that that stated that she was not present for that visit.
So, in terms of people that you are now trying, in terms of what you're trying to do in the investigation, were there certain people that you wanted to try to locate and make contact with?
Yes. So at the time we were learning all this information from several of the family members, we could not ascertain who was the third identity of the body located within the residence. So we began looking for and exploring avenues to see if we could find Nicholas. And we also explored avenues to see if we could locate Jamie, as well as the children and her husband, Shelby.
Okay. Now, as time passed, were you having difficulty determining where Jamie should be, like an address or a phone number or things of that nature?
Yes, we began asking family members questions about when the last time they had actually physically spoke with her or physically saw her. We quickly gathered that it was a length of time. And so, yes, that did become pretty obvious pretty quickly.
Okay. And also with this defendant, did you know exactly what door you could drive up to make contact with him? Or was he also a person you were trying to locate?
Yes, also somebody that we wanted to locate.
Okay. Now, eventually a search warrant is obtained. Law enforcement goes into the residence. As all that's happening, are you gradually getting more and more information?
Yes.
And did there come a point where you felt, or law enforcement felt more comfortable that that third body was, in fact, Nicholas Ivancic?
Yes. A case of this magnitude, meaning all the things that they had to go in and process, takes a great amount of resources and time. So it took some time for the crime scene technicians to be able to even process through the home to even reach the deceased members. So with that amount of time, it was well into the next morning before they even were anywhere near processing the bodies. So at that point, and up until that point, we had been trying to explore finding Jamie, finding the children, finding Shelby, and seeing if we could find or locate Nick as well, until we learned the presumptive, third identity of the victim, which turns out to be Nicholas.
Okay, so moving into the second and then into the third, there comes a point where law enforcement was looking for Laura's 2013 Kia vehicle. Did your agency reach out to additional agencies in an attempt to try and locate the vehicle, or Shelby, or Jamie?
Yes, so we quickly noticed that the vehicle registered to Laura Ivancic was not located at the residence. So we began using law enforcement resources to see if we could track anywhere that vehicle may be located or where it may be have last seen, things of that nature. And so that was a pretty big point that we were looking for.
Okay, and was there another detective who was the lead detective in the case?
Yes, Detective Derek Anderson.
Okay. Did there come a point on January 3rd where you and Detective Anderson had contact from a law enforcement agency in Ohio that they may have located this defendant?
Yes, we did receive information from an Ohio police department that the vehicle was located within their area.
So based on that information, did you and Detective Anderson immediately travel to go to that jurisdiction in Ohio?
Yes, we did get on a flight pretty immediately and flew up to the Ohio area.
Yeah, roughly, if you know, what time on January 3rd did you fly out of Tampa? I assume Tampa?
Sure. Yes. So our flight departure time was 19:30 hours, 7:30 p.m.
Okay. So you leave Tampa Bay at 7:30, and where did you fly to?
We connected through Atlanta and landed in Ohio, then being taken from the airport over to Lakewood Police Department by the Lakewood Police Department officers.
Okay, so Lakewood, I assume Lakewood, Ohio?
Yes.
I'm not an Ohio person, so it's all Ohio to me, but, so Lakewood, Ohio. Once you got there, did you and Detective Anderson go to try and make, well, I guess, strike that. Was this defendant already in the custody of the Lakewood Police Department by the time you got there?
Yes, when we landed, I had phone contact with some of the Lakewood Police Department members. They informed us that while we were in air, that they had located Shelby Nealy and that they had taken him into custody.
Okay, so did you and Detective Anderson go to their police department to speak with this defendant?
Yes, we did.
Now, you indicated that you've had a lot of training and interviews and those types of things.
Yes, sir.
And is one of the things that you do as a detective try to approach interviews with potential suspects in the way that will make it best in the investigation to get information?
Yes, of course.
And also making sure that they participate freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
So with all that training, did you and Detective Anderson come up with a game plan that he would be the one to interview this defendant alone?
Yes, when we were in transit to their police department up in Lakewood, Ohio, some of their, I believe it was their SWAT commander, he was informing us of
so without going into too many details, but you felt like that would be the best plan?
Yes.
Okay. And so Detective Anderson did conduct that interview?
Yes.
And while he was doing that, were you present observing the entire interview?
Yes, I was observing it. I was just outside the door of the room, and so I could hear their dialogue through the door, but I also was watching it on a live monitor just outside.
And based on the things that were happening in the interview or in the information that you were gathering, were you coordinating with other law enforcement officers, either from Tarpon Springs or other agencies as necessary?
Yes, there was quite a lot going on. So we were coordinating back with my agency, Tarpon Springs Police Department detectives, as well as Pasco County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Well, during the course of the interview, did this defendant reveal that he had killed Jamie Ivancic in Pasco County's jurisdiction?
Yes.
And so based on that information, did you contact Pasco County Sheriff's Office and alert them so that they could begin to do whatever they needed to do?
I contacted my detective sergeant at the time and explained to him what was mentioned so that he could get in touch with Pasco County Sheriff's Office to start that coordination.
Okay. So subsequent to that interview, were you involved in working with the police department there to get a search warrant to search 1093, or I'm sorry, the Newman, I'm going to say it wrong, the Newman Avenue residence?
Yes.
Okay, and do you have the numeric on that? I'm sorry, 1573 Newman Avenue in Lakewood?
Yep, just 1 second. Okay, so 1573 Newman Ave in Lakewood, Ohio.
Okay, and as far as the significance of that residence, was that the residence that this defendant was arrested at by the Lakewood Police Department?
Yes, he was taken into custody.
Okay. So did the local law enforcement officers assist in obtaining a search warrant for that residence?
Yes.
And were you present, and did you assist them in executing that search warrant at 1573 Newman Avenue in Lakewood?
Yes, I was.
All right, and I'd like to show you State's Exhibits 221 through 238. You could look at those real fast and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of what you observed when the search warrant was being executed at 1573 Newman Avenue in Lakewood, Ohio?
Just 1 moment. Yes, sir, they are.
Judge, at this time, the state would ask to move State's Exhibits 221 through 238 into evidence.
Any
Would you
objection?
look at them first, please?
Yes, you may.
Approach.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. With the part about bulking up so that he can go down there and move the bodies. What did he steal? Oh, well, he stole it. Okay. All right.
Objection is overruled. They're admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And permission to publish?
You may.
All right, Detective Scarpati, I'm displaying State's Exhibit 221. And can you tell us, is that 1573 Newman Avenue in Lakewood, Ohio?
Yes, it is.
And we see the front door there, 2 trash cans. What is this thing over on the right side of the photograph?
That was Laura Ivancic's vehicle.
The 2013 red or maroon Kia?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 222. Is that one of the things that you found in the trash cans there at that residence, 1573 Newman Avenue?
Yes, I don't know if that one was specifically from the trash can. There were several in the trash can and several inside the kitchen area.
Okay. And this one, if we look at the date, it's December 28th.
Yes, sir.
And there's a phone number on here that starts with 216.
Sorry, where are you pointing to?
Is it a little washed out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm showing you States 223, or displaying States 223. Is this another Domino's pizza box that you found at the residence?
Yes, it is.
And this one had a date of January 1st?
Yes, sir.
Same address, and again, a phone number of 216-456-4460?
Yes, sir.
Associated with it? And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 224. Was this another Domino's pizza box that you found at 1573 Newman Avenue?
Yes, it is.
And was the date on this one January 3rd?
Yes, it is.
And the phone number on this one was 832-412-6528?
Yes, sir.
While executing the search warrant of the residence, did you find a number of items of interest?
Yes, we did.
All right, I'm showing State 225. Can you tell us what this is a photograph of as I zoom out?
Yes, so that's the kitchen area and a countertop and underneath in the cabinets.
All right, now in particular, was the case here under the cabinet and the cooler of interest?
Yes, they were.
And did you take out the cooler and look in it?
Yes, we did.
I'm showing Stage 226. Is that the cooler opened up and a photograph taken of the contents?
Yes, it is.
It's a little washed out, but was there something right there in the cooler that was of interest?
Yes, a wallet.
All right, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 227. Is that a photograph of the wallet that was in that cooler?
Yes, it is.
And especially on the big board, it's a little washed out, but were there IDs and cards in that wallet that were of interest to your investigation?
Yes, there was.
State's Exhibit 228, are those some of the items within the wallet that you removed to photograph better?
Yes, they were.
And is this in particular a driver's license for Richard Ivancic and a social security card for Nicholas Ivancic? I'm sorry, Richard Ivancic?
Yes, yes, sir.
And in that same wallet, and I'm showing states 229, is this a photograph of additional items you found in the wallet?
It is.
And did it include a driver's license for Nicholas Ivancic as well as a Bank of America debit card for Richard Ivancic?
Yes, sir.
Were there more items in that wallet?
Yes, sir.
So I'm showing states 230. Did that wallet include a Social Security card for Nicholas James Ivancic as well as a Chase debit Visa for Laura Ivancic?
Yes, sir.
And I'm showing you states 231. Is that a photograph of the wallet with the contents next to it?
Yes, it is.
And I'm showing you states 232. Can you tell us what is this a photograph of?
That's inside the suitcase, and that's a photograph of a collection of coins and a binder that contained receipts and information about those coins.
Okay, was it a pretty well kept collection?
Yes.
Like receipts, certificates, folders, booklets where the coins were kept, things of that nature?
Yes, neatly organized, yes.
Showing you states 233. Is that another section of that same briefcase?
Yes, it is.
Again, did it contain additional items pertaining to coin collecting?
Yes, some informational, data and things like that.
Showing you states exhibit 234. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What location is this in the residence?
So this is also in the kitchen area, and that basket and garbage bags are on top of the refrigerator.
Okay, and were there items within that laundry basket that were of interest to you?
Yes, there was.
I'm showing you states 235. Is that a photograph of the contents of that laundry basket, looking at the laundry basket from the top down?
Yes, it is.
Were there a number of other items pertaining to coin collecting within this laundry basket?
Yes, there was.
Was there also a fairly unique sheet of $1 bills that a money collector might have?
Yes, there was.
I'm showing you states 236. Can you tell us what this is a photograph of?
Yes, so this is a like a built wall unit that has several shelves located within the home.
Okay.
On the first floor.
And on, I guess, the top shelf, was there an item of interest?
Yes, there was.
And the shelf right below that, was there video game equipment?
Yes, there was.
So focusing on the item of interest on the top shelf. I'm showing you states 237. Is states 237 that item on the top shelf once it's been opened up?
Yes, it is.
And is that a revolver?
Yes, it is.
And were you guys aware that there was a revolver missing from the residence? 1954 Juanita Way?
Yes, the officers that had initially went in to complete the welfare check noted that there was a gun safe, that there was no guns located within that safe, but multiple rounds of ammunition.
Finally, I'm showing you states 238. Can you tell us what this item is?
Like a weighted vest to enhance, workout and endurance.
Where'd you find this in the residence?
Just one moment.
Did you carefully document all the different things that you do in the case so that if asked a bunch of specific questions, you'll be able to remember all the details?
Yes, we do. I believe that was located in the second story of the residence.
Around or in the general area of other items that belong to Shelby Nealy?
Yes, sir.
Judge, you have just one moment.
You may.
I don't have any more questions at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Just a few.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
When you were headed up to Ohio, one of the primary reasons, or certainly a significant reason, was you wanted to have contact with Mr. Nealy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, when the two of you were flying up there, you probably were pondering whether or not he would be cooperative, right?
Probably.
Sure. I mean, is he going to talk to us? Is he not going to talk to us? That's certainly something that probably was on your mind, right?
Sure, that's always a question.
Sure. And would you agree when people who are suspects and are being interrogated, it's helpful when they in fact tell you what happened, right?
On occasions it can be.
Sure, sure. And you know, acceptance of responsibility is something that you give some value, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Nealy told you a lot of information about what he had done within your jurisdiction, right?
Yes, to Detective Anderson, but yes.
Right, but I mean, you were outside, you heard it, and he provided a lot of information, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, not only did he assist you with your investigation, he also gave you additional information that you then contacted someone else within your department to contact Pasco and let them know that you have received information about another murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Other than by leaving a long trail of evidence, did Mr. Nealy assist you at all in locating him?
No, sir.
Did he assist you at all in tying him to crime before you got to Ohio?
No, sir.
But you'd already tied him to the crime before you got to Ohio?
Yes, with a lot of resources and a lot of manpower and a lot of very sleepless nights, yes.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State, please call your next witness.
State will call Sergeant Joseph Schlatter.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes. This way, please, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. You may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sergeant Joseph Schlatter.
And Sergeant Schlatter, how are you currently employed?
Work for the Pasco County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Pasco County Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently a patrol sergeant.
And how long have you been with the Pasco County Sheriff's Office?
16 years.
What sort of training have you had as a law enforcement officer, or to become a law enforcement officer?
Started out by going to the Law Enforcement Academy, and then during that time I went to a lot of different advanced training classes.
Okay. Back in January 2019, what was your position with the Pasco County Sheriff's Office?
As a major crimes detective.
And as a major crimes detective, what kind of cases would you work?
Sexual batteries, homicides, violent crimes, rapes, things like that.
Now, in early January, we'll say around January 4th or thereabouts, did you end up being assigned an investigation into a homicide at 10930 Norwood Avenue in Port Richey?
Yes.
How was it that you, or that the Pasco County Sheriff's Office became aware of that homicide?
When the Tarpon Springs Police Department was investigating another crime, they learned that there may be a buried body in Pasco County.
Okay. And did you or other law enforcement officers do some research to determine what residents that a Jamie Ivancic and a Shelby Nealy were residing at in early 2018 in Pasco County?
Yes.
And did you determine it was 10930 Norwood Avenue?
Yes.
So can you tell us a little bit about that residence, in particular the backyard? What does it look like?
It's probably 60 or 70 feet wide, maybe 30 feet deep. It was a small two-bedroom home with a garage on the side.
Okay. And that backyard, is it private?
It had a fence all the way around it. Yes.
So if somebody was doing something in that backyard, neighbors might not be able to immediately see?
No, could not.
Okay. So in terms of the investigation, what did you guys set out to do initially at 10930 Norwood Avenue?
The first thing we did, we tried to figure out who the current owner was, who the past tenants were, things like that. We had a drawing from Detective Anderson, and we were trying to match the drawing he had up to the backyard to see if we could accurately locate the body.
Okay. And was that what you were trying to do, was locate a body back there?
Yes.
So in doing that, did you get access to the backyard of that residence and begin a process of searching for the body?
Yes.
And what are you going to have to do to find the body?
Well, we used a combination of ground penetrating radar that we got some assistance from USF, and we ultimately had to just start digging.
Okay. And were you present as a lot of that was going on?
Yes.
And finally, did you find what you were looking for?
Yes, we did.
Were you present when that happened?
Yes.
And what did you find?
We discovered an anomaly in the ground. Initially, we found a rug that was buried about 2.5 feet below the ground. When we lifted the rug up, you could see the first thing that we noticed was a boot, a piece of a boot.
Okay.
And as we excavated, we found a person wrapped in garbage bags.
Okay. Now, describe for me approximately how deep was this person buried?
To the top portion of what we found, the body was roughly 2.5 feet deep.
Okay. Can you describe for us a little bit, when you found the body, you said it was wrapped in garbage bags?
Yes.
Were the garbage bags removed in your presence?
Yes.
And what did you see underneath the garbage bags?
Yeah, there was the person was mostly in the fetal position, kind of inverted, the feet were up, the head was further down in the hole. There was a garbage bag that was put around the lower half of the body and a second bag over the top of the body.
Okay. And was the person fully clothed?
There were clothing on, yeah. The body was in, pretty well decayed. You could see the skin and things, but it was shriveled up.
But still intact for all purposes, not just a
Yes.
skeleton?
Yeah, the entire body was there, still with skin and hair.
Okay. Were you able to observe the head area of that body?
I did, yes.
Did it look like a normal round-shaped head like you and I have here today?
No, it did not. The head, the first thing I noticed was several holes through the skull, roughly the size of a quarter. And you can see that in several places on the head. And the skull was not the proper shape anymore. With the fractures that were in there, it was misshapen.
Okay. So I want to ask you a little bit about, well, once the body was discovered and you guys went through that process, was the medical examiner's office contacted?
Yes.
And was the body, Jamie Ivancic, transported to the District 6 medical examiner's office down here in Pinellas County?
Yes, it was.
And did Dr. Susan Ignacio conduct an autopsy on that body?
Yes.
So in terms of your investigation, did you or other members of the Pasco County Sheriff's Office attempt to interview neighbors and collect some information about what may have happened in early 2018?
Yes.
Now, were you able to go into that residence at 10930 and observe what the crime scene looked like?
Yes, by the time we got there, the home had been remodeled, though.
Okay. So when you went in and looked in that residence, it didn't look the same as it would have back whenever
It did not.
this happened? Okay. Did you pursue information from the property management people and the people who remodeled that residence?
Yes.
And through the course of that, were you able to determine, or were you able to obtain photographs of how some of the rooms appeared prior to it being remodeled after this defendant had abandoned the residence?
We did. A few members of the crew that was doing the cleanup and construction took photos, before and after photos.
Okay. And were you able to go and talk to some of those people who did the remodeling and get some information about what the state of that residence had been?
Yes. You may continue.
Thank you, Judge. And Sergeant Slaughter, you indicated you had recovered those photographs.
Yes.
Can you describe the state of the residence in the before photographs?
Overall, the house was in disarray. Furniture was left in the house, clothing personal items were left in the home. A few areas of the home had things dumped all over the floor. For example, the bathroom had what appeared to be blood spatter up on the walls of the bathroom, and you could see that there was a red substance in the photos that was spattered and smeared around the room. And then there was a white substance that was on top of that that was used to look like it was covering the blood stains in the home. In some of the photos, you could see packages of meat that were also in the bathroom.
Just kind of thrown out there?
Just, yeah, the entire packaging was there, but the meat was loose in some of them.
Okay.
And it was scattered about the bathroom.
And the white substance in the bathroom, was it kind of just poured all slipshod all over?
Yeah, it looked like it was dumped out and maybe smeared with, I don't know if there was a tool or just with a hand, but you could see there was like swirl marks in it, as if you were almost finger painting or hand painting. We just kind of smeared in circles around in some of the places on the walls, inside the tub.
And did from the photographs, did the white substance look like it could be either paint or some sort of other construction?
Yeah, it was tough to see in the pictures. The contractor said it may have been thin set or grout or something like that.
Okay. But residents from the photographs that you saw appeared to be pretty messed up?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, may I have a moment?
You may.
I don't have any more questions, Judge.
Any cross-examination?
Yes. Good afternoon. You indicated early on in your direct examination that you had learned that there might be a body in the backyard on Norwood Avenue, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that information, that where you learned it from, was from Mr. Nealy telling the detectives from the Tarpon Springs Police Department, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect? Thank you, sir. You may step down. State, please call your next witness.
The state will call Renee Split.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
This way, please, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, thank you.
You may inquire, Mr. Dillon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Renee Split. My last name is spelled S as in Sam, P-L-I-T-T.
And what's your maiden name?
My maiden name is Ivancic, I-V-A-N-C-I-C.
Did you know Richard, Laura, and Nicholas Ivancic?
I certainly did.
Okay. How were they related to you?
Well, Richard Ivancic was my biological father. Laura was my stepmother. Nicholas is my brother.
And where did they live in December 2018?
They lived in Tarpon Springs.
And was that at 1954 Juanita Way?
Yes.
When did you first meet Laura Ivancic?
I was in high school. I was probably a sophomore or a junior at that time.
Did you spend much time around her and your father when you were young?
I did. We visited. We had visitation with my dad every Sunday and during the week, and maybe on little short vacations together.
Mm-hmm. Did you continue to spend time with them as you were older?
I did. I moved to, after high school, I moved to Illinois, and we would drive back home quite often. It was only 6 hours. And I mean, I thought my GPS was grooves in the ground on the expressway to get there, because we went there quite often. Myself and my boyfriend at the time, my husband of 32 years as of 2 days ago. So we went there quite often, and sometimes by myself.
And so it'd be fair to say that you spent a lot of time in their household.
Oh yes, I did. Mm-hmm.
Okay. What was their home kept like?
Well, it was a home that I would want when I would grow up. It was very,
Yes. May I proceed?
So was their household kept clean and tidy?
yes, very neat.
Would it have been normal for food containers or trash to be on the floor?
Absolutely not.
Was the residence painted normally?
Yes,
Would it have been normal for there to be paint or debris on the walls of the residence in their home?
absolutely not.
Did anyone in the residence ever spray paint around or anything like that normally in the house?
No, no, never.
Now, did your father and Laura eventually move from Ohio to Florida?
Eventually, yes.
Did Laura move to Florida with him initially, or did he move alone initially?
Well, he went by himself, and then Laura was taking care of her mother when she got very ill.
Did she join him there approximately July of 2017?
That was about the time frame, yes.
Okay. And as far as you're aware, did they live in multiple locations in Florida before eventually settling on the address in Tarpon Springs?
Yes.
Approximately when was it that they moved to Tarpon?
Into Tarpon Springs?
Yeah.
Early in 2017.
Okay. Do you know who all was living at the residence at that point?
At that point, it would have been my dad and Nicholas.
And then once Laura moved there, were all three of them residing at the residence?
Yes, it would have been then after Laura's mother passed away later in the year.
Did you have much contact with them in the months or years after they moved to Florida?
Yes, in fact, I did.
Let's see. Are you familiar with a person known to you as Shelby Nealy?
I've never met him.
Had you heard of him prior to all this, though?
Yes.
Yes. All right, we may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. As far as you're aware, was Shelby Nealy ever residing at that Juanita Way address with your father?
No.
Were you in contact with your father while he was living at that Juanita Way address?
Yes, I would check in on him quite regularly because he checked in on how his physical therapy was going, because I was going to have the same neck surgery that he just had. So I was asking him about what to expect, because we were both involved in like rear-end car accidents, and I just didn't know what to expect. So.
Okay. Were you aware that anyone was coming to visit your father and Laura in December of 2018?
I was aware, yes.
What did you know about that visit?
My dad, in one of the conversations about, our accidents and such, he was telling me that Jamie and her 2 kids and her husband were going to be there around his birthday or Christmas time, and they were going to celebrate Christmas together.
How frequently were you talking to your father at that point?
At that time, pretty frequently, because, we were experiencing the same type of issues. He was letting me know that he just got his neck brace off.
All right, it's the same. So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did everything seem normal in your conversations with your father?
Very normal.
Okay. Did there come a time in December 2018 when you became unable to reach your father?
Yes.
Were you aware of anyone else similarly having trouble reaching him at that time?
Yes, my brother Rich.
Did your father own a revolver?
Yes.
Okay. Did your father collect coins?
Yes.
You mentioned previously how meticulous your father was. How did he maintain his coin collection?
Very meticulously. In fact, I remember, we would sit down on Sundays and go through the coin collection, and he's an engineer. He kept things very neat and tidy and orderly and organized.
So would it have been normal for it to be in a laundry hamper or anything of that nature?
No, it would be either locked up or somewhere secure.
Would that have been the case for the revolver as well?
Certainly.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, once again, members of the jury, you are about to hear evidence about the impact of this murder on the family of Richard Ivancic, Laura Ivancic, and Nicholas Ivancic. This evidence will be presented to show the victim's uniqueness as individuals and the resultant loss by the deaths of Richard Ivancic, Laura Ivancic, and Nicholas Ivancic. However, you may not consider this evidence as an aggravating factor. So you may read your victim impact.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Your Honor, and members of the jury. My name is Renee Split. I'm the biological daughter of Richard Ivancic Sr., stepdaughter to Laura Ivancic, and sister to Nicholas Ivancic. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the Ivancic and Split families. We've been irreparably shattered by the murders of our family members. As a family, we are united in our grief and really to begin healing in honor of those we lost. At the end of my statement, I will share photos from a video that was played at the memorial service for our loved ones. The picture collage, they'll show their lives as they grew up and as we remember them, filled with laughter and togetherness, love, and family. Our dad was more than just a dear father. He was a loving husband, an amazing brother, a proud grandfather, a loyal friend, and a knowledgeable mentor. Laura was a sweet soul who simply loved children, and our dad loved her deeply. She was a devoted mother, a loving wife, daughter, and sister. She was an attentive and caring aunt, and a very loyal friend. She was a collector of quality items like Longaberger baskets, handcrafted porcelain items like Yadros, precious moments in various paintings. She was always so happy and appreciative to receive any of these thoughtful gifts, mostly from family. My 17-year-old self didn't want to like her. I didn't want to love her when they first met and they got married. But her genuine love for my dad, her kind spirit, and her deep commitment to family made it easy. I did love her, and I loved them. A specific fond memory comes up in my mind. When Dad and Laura visited us in Illinois one year, we went to Arlington Park Racetrack. While us girls weren't really into betting strategies, we had our own way to determine the winners. We'd go see the horses prior to the race, and Laura would ask them how they were doing, and she'd ask them if they thought they would win the race. One particular horse answered with a foot stomp and a little snort. Laura was tickled by this, and she she decided to make a big bet, $5 to win. We rushed to get our ticket, or her ticket, and we headed to the track. When the race started, our horse was dead last. Dead last. But together we cheered him on. Around that last turn, our special pick pulled ahead. We held on to each other, jumping up and down, and willing that horse to come up victorious. And he sure did. Dad and my husband Doug laughed at our antics as we danced away to collect Laura's big winnings. I think it was something like $60. I miss those times. Dad and Laura built a warm and loving home, a place of laughter and of tradition. They did needlepoint together. They made hook rugs. Who here remembers hook rugs? They hosted family gatherings, they were collectors, and they made holidays feel magical. Dad even commissioned an artist to make modifications to Laura's cherished Hargrove painting, just because she thought it would look nice with some extra flowers. He loved making her happy. Their home was more than a house, it was a haven. It was a place welcomed and embraced by everyone. When I became a mom, I wanted a home like the one she created, a place where children felt safe and loved. They both would do anything, really anything, for anyone. I was blessed to have a rich and meaning relationship with my dad. One of the most meaningful days of my life was when my dad walked me down the aisle at our wedding. He was proud and happy. He was everything a father should be. But he isn't here now to see our children become adults, to watch them get married or hold his great-grandchildren. He had an engineer's mind, and he loved to tinker with projects, including a major remodel of the family home in Ohio, employing the free help of family as his labor crew. He led his assistants through numerous projects. It's funny to think about it now, but I do the same with my own kids, with our kids, finding family time through lots of DIY projects. I remember how his callous hands just painstakingly removed bricks, brick by brick, from the back of the house to reuse them on the front facade. That was just one example of the meticulous organization that defined his projects, his professional life, and the way they kept their home. Whether building or remodeling, repairing electrical issues, or meticulously curating his coin collection, he always took pride in a job well done. I have fond memories of Sundays with Dad, sifting through coins for the collection, hoping to find that rare Lincoln or the copper penny. I remember loading up coins into sleeves to preserve them. We didn't have a lot of money back then, so the annual CEI-sponsored trip to Jaga Lake, it was a local theme park, was a highlight. I recall traveling to Mesa to visit Grandma and Papa and to watch the Cubs at spring training and driving to see the Grand Canyon. Our dad was always up for a trip, as you heard from my brother. As kids, it was fun to just simply cheer him on as he umpired or played in countless baseball games or refereed basketball or volleyball matches. Anytime someone asked, "So who are you here cheering for?" I'd proudly say, "The ump," or I'd say, "The ref." Everyone seemed nicer to him, even if he missed a call here or there. Dad loved adventure, and I'll never forget the times he took us to a friend's property for demolition derbies. What better way to teach them to drive than for them to learn how to crash? He'd say. When each of my kids, our kids, got their temporary driver's license, I employed that same train of thought as we headed to the cemetery to practice. What better way to teach them to drive? By practicing where they can't hurt anyone if they crash. Like many dads, he loved sports, and he was a die-hard fan of every Cleveland team. As a former football star, he picked up other sports pretty easily and was quite good at bowling and golfing, dancing, especially if they're good polka playing. Yes, it's a Midwest. He even trusted me to be his safety during scuba diving on Lake Erie. Watch for the bubbles. Due to sealed in memory because we'll never create new ones. Or he with my kids. A fishing trip he was planning with the really old guys and the young old guys. Even though from a distance because we live in the States, Dad and Papa and my parents, loving, attentive, whenever their pride in their grandchildren's accomplishments were as of her conversation. They were always really interested, always in accomplishments. I had never seen Dad so full of joy as when I was on the side watching our oldest daughter volleyball at nationals. He wouldn't budge from his seat. We brought him food so he wouldn't miss a single point. He was thrilled about our youngest was recruited playing the Big Ten. He bragged about it constantly, but he never got to Europe. Nick was young, so friendly, passionate. Nicholas was very protective. Enjoyed their cousins. The family treasured their travels across the country. Grandma in Arizona, trips to share imagination. Her sick mother waited for the time when they could spend their golden years. But this is this story is stretched over years to save. And the grief that isn't emotion, it seeps in the bones. It's aged us, it's broken us in many ways, and it's so much fun. Be personal. A short recorded on my birthday, May 3rd, 2017. He always left me messages on my birthday holidays. Hearing his voice means to me, it's a precious reminder of the love that we share and of that was taken from us. It's permission.
State.
Hi, sweeties. Dad, say happy birthday. I'm saying happy birthday to you. I don't want you to fall dead from laughing, so I hope you had a good day, sweetie. Bye.
That's all I have left. That's it. His voice in digital echoes. I cling to those recordings and listen to them often, especially on my birthday, because I'll never hear another. I'll never again pick up the phone and hear, "Happy birthday, sweetie," or end a call with, "I love you." Those calls, once so simple and often even taken for granted, are now sacred. It's a stark reminder of what we lost and why this matters so deeply to me and to our family. But beyond the voicemails, I miss the little moments that are gone forever. I'll never hear Dad's laugh fill the room, the kind of laugh that could brighten even the darkest day. I'll never again feel the comfort of his advice or the safety of his presence. I'll never again hear Laura tease my dad, calling him her big beluga, and just him loving the attention and the affection. That always made me smile. Those sounds and those moments were woven into the fabric of my life. And their absence leaves a silence that echoes in my heart every day. Every day. I find solace in swimming laps at the local health club, to think, to pray, to cry, and to try to make sense of it all. I've shed countless tears in the water, alone with my thoughts and with my grief. I've sought counsel, really only to realize that I'm fully self-aware. I must continue to walk this painful path if I'm ever truly able to heal. It may take a lifetime. But through it all, Dad and Laura's love and Nick's friendliness live on in our family, the family that they left behind. And in the end, though, there's no peace for our family, and nothing can bring them back. You want to play the video, please? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. All right. Members of the jury, I don't think this is going to break anyone's heart here on a Friday afternoon, but we're going to be able to finish a little bit early. So that is all the testimony we're going to hear and all the evidence we're going to see for today. So everyone have a great weekend. I don't think it's going to rain much. And again, same instruction I always give you: avoid hearing anything about the case or seeing anything about the case. And we will see you back here Monday at 8:30. Okay. Don't forget about Monday morning traffic. So sorry about that. But we'll see you bright and early at 8:30 on Monday. All right. Have a great weekend. Thank you for your service so far. You guys have been great. See each other once again at 8:30 on Monday? Anybody? Okay.
Is the stipulation good?
I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen the second one. I saw the first one.
Obviously, let me know when you want me to read that.
Yeah, the second one is the same as the first one, just the manslaughter. Was the first one okay?
Well, Judge, without waiting, I saw the first one, and I'm assuming the second one is going to be pretty much the same, except with the word manslaughter inserted, one count. I have no objection, subject to the objection that I made pursuant to U.S. versus Johnson on that alligator.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so I don't think I need to see that right now, but let me know when you want me to read that, and then I'll do it. I assume we're going to have Anderson all day on Monday?
Pretty much. We have Catlin Fair, DNA. She'll be fairly brief. First thing Monday morning, we'll probably be done. If we start at 8:30, we'll probably be done by 9, and then the rest of the day will just be Anderson.
All right, and then I don't think the defense is really questioning any of this, the fingerprints, the DNA, all of that, so.
Yeah, sure.
That should be fairly quick. You can do the short version on that one.
Yeah, sure.
Right? Defense. You can do the short version on the DNA on Monday?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it was his DNA. Okay. Or there's a 1 in 50 billion trillion zillion chances. It's all right. It's really kind of annoying that DNA people will not say within a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it's his DNA. I mean, they just won't do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anyway. All right, so we'll see you at 8:30 on Monday.
Sounds good.